Oh, baby, your gavel, guys. Let's see how this goes.
Excuse me.
Good morning, everyone. The quarterly meeting of the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council will come to order. Please ensure you have your cameras on. I want to thank everyone for their attendance on yesterday and their attendance on today. Also the staff for getting everything ready for us on today. I'm looking forward to the discussions. Also, I want everyone to just give themselves a hand clap for all of the things that. All right, as we move forward, will Stephanie please call the roll call for attendance? Yes.
Dr. Baravecchio.
Here.
Fabian.
Here.
Mr. Bennett.
Here.
Mr. Billing.
Here.
Mr. Bushky.
Here.
Mr. Boynton.
Here.
Ms. Sachet here. Ms. Crane. Mr. Doyle.
Here.
Aquino.
Here.
Ms. Harmon. Here. Ms. Kelly Aduli.
Here.
Mr. Macaluso.
Here. Here.
Netta.
Here.
Ms. Nguyen. Mr. Rocca.
Here.
Mr. Smith. Robbie Smith. I see you're on, but we need you to unmute and turn your camera on to be counted towards the roll. I'm gonna come back to him in a moment. Ms. Stewart.
Here.
Mr. Taylor.
Here.
Ms. Washington.
Here.
Mr. Williams.
Here.
Ms. Shield. You have 19 here, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Stephanie. At this time, we will now have Dr. Maida read the mission statement and Aiden read the ground rules.
To increase independence, self-determination, productivity, integration, and inclusion for Louisianians with developmental disabilities by engaging in advocacy, capacity building, and system change.
Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council ground rules. Members must be recognized by the chair before speaking, be respectful of others' opinions, break for 10 minutes every 1.5 hours, discuss council business in a responsible manner, except as necessary, restrict the use of communication. This includes texting during council and committee meetings, silence or turn off all cell phones. Mission statement is posted at every meeting. Be on time for meetings. No alphabet. Side conversations are kept to a minimum, done quietly and restricted to the subject at hand.
Thank you, Lamar and Ada. To ensure the meeting runs smoothly and that we all can participate in an orderly manner, please adhere to the following rules. For committee members and members of the public attending in person, please raise your hand to speak and wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking. To help the meeting run smoothly, please keep side conversations to a minimum and comments related to the topic we are discussing. For those committee members who are attending virtually, remember you must be on camera and have your first and last name shown to be counted toward our quorum. Please keep microphones muted unless called upon by the chair. Electronically raise your hand to request to speak and wait to be called on by the chair. For attendees, electronically raise your hand to request to speak. Once recognized by the chair, your microphone will be turned on. After speaking, the microphone will be returned to mute. Also, the Q&A is to only be used by those needing an ADA accommodation to participate in the meeting. Public comment will not be accepted via the Q&A except for those individuals who requested the accommodation. As for order, committee members in person and virtually will be allowed to speak first. Public members in person will then be called on, followed by public participating virtually who have their hands raised. Comments in the Q&A chat will be addressed last. As with all hybrid meetings, it can be difficult to keep track of all those wanting to speak in person and virtually. Please be patient with us. All comments and questions from committee members and the public may be limited to 3 minutes or less should we run into time constraints. So please keep that in mind. Also, comments about a person's character will not be allowed. Finally, the members of the public will have the opportunity to provide public comment before each vote and during designated public comment periods. The chair may also use their discretion to determine if comments will be accepted outside of those times. The first item of business is the approval of the meeting summary. A draft of the October 30th meeting summary was distributed. The summary will not be read unless requested by a member. Are there any corrections? Yes, Gino.
I did correct or oversight. Weren't you the chair of the October meeting? Cause this is that Christie gave the chairperson report. On the first page,
Yeah, that's a typo.
I figured it was
Thank you.
on the, like, company name.
Council,
Thank you.
Are there any other corrections? There's no objection. The meeting summary is approved as corrected. The next item of business is the chair's report. All right. As we begin the first meeting of 2026, I want to once again thank each of you for your continued service and commitment to this council. This is my second meeting as serving as chair, and I definitely appreciate the dedication and leadership each member brings to their role. On here, you'll be able to read, I'm not going to read the entire thing, but one thing that I do want to go down to is the council member expectations, communication, and accountability. As we move forward into the new year as chair, I want to reaffirm expectations.
So sorry to interrupt you, but we need to vote on the October summary,
Okay.
correct?
Use unanimous consent.
Okay, I thought all things had to be voted by roll call vote.
Not necessarily minutes, no.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to just take a moment to reaffirm expectations related to council participation and communication. I know that we're all busy. We have multiple responsibilities and deadlines, but as you can see, all of this that we have in this room here today, this is done by our wonderful staff. It takes a team to do these type things, and as the council, we just need to just improve in our dedication toward responding to their emails, just making sure that we're turning in our reports in a timely manner. This is the direction that we want to go into for this new year. If you are already doing it, continue. If you're not, this is the chance for you to have a new time to change some things up. We want to do things in decency and order, and our staff definitely does a lot. In yesterday's meeting, Ebony spoke, the least she could do is want to give us food. The least we could do is support the staff. If you like your hotel accommodations, if you like the setup, if you like the things to run smoothly, then all I'm asking is that we just improve in our communication and our support to the staff. Would everyone agree with that? Everyone would agree with that? Raise your hands. Let me see if you will all agree with that. The least we could do to support this great staff. And that's all I have. We're gonna move on to the next thing, okay? Okay. Next, we have the executive committee report. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Angela Harmon.
The executive committee met yesterday and discussed several items, including updates from the October 2025 quarterly meeting. The update of the 2026 legislative advocacy agenda. Staff decided to remove the functional behavior assessment, FBA, items from the agenda. Staff have been working to identify a legislator willing to carry a veto on the issue during the upcoming legislative session. However, no commitments have been issued at this. Commitments have been secured at this time. While the council continues to view this as an important issue, staff recommended referring the matter to the Education Committee to allow continued discussion with the department and other stakeholders. These discussions are intended to clarify the issue and determine the most appropriate path forward, such as legislative action, BESI, and other options. Consideration of council member retreat, the second item. The committee held an in-depth discussion regarding the council member retreat. Staff recommended holding the retreat in July as the April meeting occurs during legislative session and the October meeting already has a full agenda. Committee members discussed the possibility of combining the retreat with the April meeting with the focus on LaCan and advocacy training, followed by a visit to the Capitol to meet with legislators. The committee also discussed participating again in Disability Awareness Day on May 4th of 2026, which could provide an additional opportunity for advocacy at the Capitol. Another option discussed was holding the next retreat in January of 2027, with the focus on training members on the council's advocacy agenda in preparation for the LaCan activities before and during the 2027 legislative session. The committee did not reach a consensus and agreed to bring this item to the full council for guidance. The third issue, consideration of the new council meeting schedule. The council meeting also discussed the proposed new council meeting schedule. Ebony presented the council meeting expenses for 2025, which totaled $18,225.21. Staff explained that the discussion was driven by the budget consideration, as the council's funding has remained level at $1.38 million, while costs have increased, including mileage, food, state rates due to inflation. To help manage these rising costs, staff recommended holding all standing committee meetings during the same month as the full council meeting, with the executive committee meeting scheduled immediately prior to the full council meeting. Under this new schedule that the council voted to adopt at the October 30th meeting, committees would meet on Wednesdays throughout the month, and a draft of the schedule was provided for the committee's review. After discussion, the committee was unable to determine the most effective meeting dates and agreed to refer this item to the new council for a recommendation. Fourth item, consideration of council code of conduct. The committee also reviewed the draft of the code of conduct developed at the council's request to establish clear expectations for members' behavior during meetings. The draft was modeled after the New York Council's code of conduct. One suggested change was made to expand the definition of serious misconduct to include unwanted behavior, touching, or comments of a sexual nature. Staff will make this revision. The committee unanimously recommends that the council adopt an updated code of conduct. Annual executive director evaluation is our last item. Finally, the committee conducted the executive director's annual evaluation. The chair distributed a survey to the full council to gather feedback for the evaluation. The committee entered executive session to complete this review. Based on the feedback received, the evaluation was very positive. The committee recommends that the council give a 3% raise to the executive director. This concludes the executive committee report from the executive committee agenda items and discussion. There are 2 recommendations coming out of the executive committee for the council to consider. I will make those motions after any questions you have.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for that report. We will take questions on one discussion item at a time. Are there any questions regarding the update of the 2026 legislative advocacy agenda? Consideration of council member retreat date, July, for 2026 and scheduled for January 2027. Is there a motion to adopt the 2026 retreat date?
A motion. To adopt it.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
So we're going with I thought we were going to discuss the date for moving to January 2027. I'm not.
So, yeah, so the discussion can happen until the motion is made.
Okay.
Okay, it is moved and seconded by Jill. To consider the council dates, July 2026. Is there any discussion from committee members?
I don't know how this, but anyway, I was actually hoping that we could just discuss about moving a meeting to January 2027. I have one
And I have this,
this in 2026.
okay?
I don't know if anybody else has any feedback.
Anyone else have any feedback on what Ms. Angela stated? She just wanted to see everyone's. I see a hand, but I don't see the face. Did you recognize?
I was just curious if there was a reason why we were having it in July before, like, was that a better time or, and why are we, what's the purpose of moving?
Okay, I can try to answer. So you guys had a retreat in January last year. Couldn't have it in January this year because we were in the middle of the move and the staff had enough time to prepare. So the other options would be April, July, or October. And as Angela stated in her chair's report, the April meeting is sort of difficult only because we're in session. And session is unpredictable. We may have to be at the Capitol at any time, so planning again can be hard. And the October meeting is really packed. You guys are voting on a lot of things, including the legislative advocacy agenda. So we recommended July, but the discussion within the executive committee was centered around the retreat being about advocacy, learning how to advocate, meeting Lacan leaders, and just basically maybe having a Capital Day, like as the second portion of that. And in July, session is out. So no legislators will be there during that time. So Angela's suggestion is just to wait until after October, when you guys have voted on your next advocacy agenda, to have the retreat in January, so you guys are ready to go once session starts in 2027. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to amend the motion for the council retreat to be moved to January.
Put on the table.
Do we know when new member terms usually start?
So, I mean, it.
Can it be any time?
Yes.
Okay, it's not just with the calendar year.
Yeah, no, it could be at any time, and it depends on when terms are expired. And then once we submit names to the governor's office, as you'll see in my executive director's report, it takes the governor's office a little while to get.
They got this second change.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that there's. Line it with.
Motion is on the table right now.
That's probably.
That's all.
I mean, it
I was-
was like,
I was-
so hard for us to
Right.
predict that.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now, a motion is on the table, right?
Yes, a motion is on the table.
I would like that second, that motion.
Thank you so much. Okay. Wait, let her finish. Go ahead. Okay, it is moved and seconded to move the retreat date to January of 2027. Is there any discussion from committee members?
Actually, I was just trying to seek some clarification for myself. So we just, because of the move, so we're just not gonna have it this fiscal year, we're just gonna roll it over to next January 27.
Yes.
Okay.
The chair recognizes, I can't see him, but Ms. Constance.
So if we move it to January, that focus is gonna be on like understanding the legislative process. Am I understanding that correctly? I do agree that that's important. I wonder, could it be possible if we did a retreat in July? I'm thinking back to the retreat we had in January 2025, where we really got some presentations that Ebony brought in. And it's the first time like I've been involved with the council. That helped me understand a little bit more about our charge and what we're supposed to be doing. And I know we had a big influx and rotation that just happened. And so there are a lot of new faces on the council. So I feel like maybe a July retreat with that purpose in mind, and then a January 2027 might be something for the council to consider.
Thank you, Ms. Constance. So, yes.
It was mostly just, cause I don't remember who it was. I had a conversation with them yesterday about retreats, and just for clarity, I know it seems like you had one last January and, oh, we're not having one this year. Historically, we have not had retreats every year. This isn't something that's been a standing item, something that is done every year. I mean, that's up to y'all if you want to have them every year, but it's not uncommon to miss this year, do one next year, do one every other year, every few years at that. So I know, gosh, I can't remember, but someone had a question about it yesterday. Did it have to happen every year? And it does not. That's related to you guys, but it would not be uncommon to miss and wait until January or July or whenever to do your retreat. Not out of the ordinary. It doesn't have to happen every single year.
I'll also add to that, Constance, we have switched up our orientation. And so I'm doing like 4 lunch and learns with new members, and actually current member, any veteran member is welcome if they're able to attend. So those are really cut up into the information that you all received at that last retreat. Which I know that was some great information. So that first orientation session is basically the information that y'all received at the first session at the retreat last year. So I think that will be helpful for the members, and the new members haven't been officially appointed yet, so I'm still waiting to schedule the orientation. But once they are, I will schedule that, and I promise they will have something. They won't have to wait a year before they get orientation.
Thank you, Evan. Any further discussion? Yes, Jill.
Written answer my question. I was just curious of the past frequency of the retreats.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other discussion from members? Is there any public comment?
No comment.
Okay, sorry about the pause, you guys, but since there's a few changes here, we're going to switch some things up. The question is on whether we accept the changes of the change of the date of the retreat to January 2027. Okay, so we will have a roll call vote. If you are in favor of the motion to change the retreat's date to January 2027, when your name is called, say yes. If you are opposed, say no. If you abstain, say abstain. Stephanie, could you please call the roll?
Sure. Dr. Baravecchio,
Yes.
Dr. Baravecchio, yes. Ms. Bayham,
Yes.
Ms. Bayham, yes. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, yes. Mr. Billings,
Yes.
Mr. Billings, yes. Mr. Blanchky,
Yes.
Mr. Blanchky, yes. Mr. Boynton,
Yes.
Mr. Boynton, yes. Ms. Sashri,
Yes.
Ms. Sashri, yes. Ms. Crane, Mr. Doyle,
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, yes. Ms. Hano,
Yes.
Ms. Hano, yes. Ms. Harmon,
Yes.
Ms. Harmon, yes. Ms. Kelly Dooley,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Dooley, yes. Mr. Macaluso,
Yes.
Mr. Macaluso, yes. Dr. Meta,
Yes.
Dr. Meta, yes. Ms. Nguyen, Mr. Raka,
Yes.
Mr. Raka, yes. Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Ms. Stewart,
Yes.
Ms. Stewart, yes. Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, yes. Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes. Ms. Shu. Shu, yes. You have. You have 19 yeses, 0 nos, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Stephanie. So now we're going to vote on having the retreat in January. That is the vote that you're gonna do now. All right? Oh, Evan.
The motion that I have on the screen says that the council retreat to be changed to January. Should it have been something else?
Yes, I'm so
Okay,
sorry,
I'm
because the
sorry.
screen is behind me. Forgive me. So the motion was made to have the retreat in July. And during that discussion, Vice Chair Angela made a motion to amend it so that we strike out or change the date. So what we just voted on, what you all just voted on was whether or not you accept the change. Not whether or not to do it, but to revise what the original motion was. And since you accepted the change, now you vote on actually doing the thing now that you have the accepted date.
Just waiting for the motion to be.
Okay, so now what is?
Have it in January.
Okay.
To actually do the thing.
Okay.
So who made the motion to officially have it January?
Who made the motion to have the retreat in July of 2026? It was that young lady.
That was Elena and Jill.
Right, and then
Angela
she
and Eric
made a
was to
motion to
amend it.
change the date.
Gotcha. And now
And that
we're
was
doing
Angela.
another motion?
I think.
Or no? We voted on an amended motion, right?
No. Listen, there was the actual motion and then there was a change. We just want to change the date. Do you all agree to change the date? That's all you voted on.
Gotcha.
Do we agree to change the date? So what the motion was is to change the date. Now, the amended motion, now that we have the right date, is do we want to do the thing on the new date?
Let him do it.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Somebody.
Yeah, just
Right, I don't,
that one down.
okay, I don't, I'm not.
So the committee didn't make a motion yesterday on this. Remember, they just said send it to. So the motion was just made by Elena to have it. And then,
All right, guys,
a
let's just at
motion to
least just.
amend.
I guess, it's what, I mean.
So the council date was changed. One second. Yes, no, not amended motion. Motion to amend. They're two different things. The amended motion is what we're getting ready to vote on now.
So shouldn't that motion be
There you go. So now that's amended, hold on, that's amended motion, and the amended motion is to actually have the retreat. Is to have the retreat, there you go, just like it is.
Okay, so who made it? Did anybody make that motion?
That's Elena's
So it falls back
original
to-
motion that's been changed.
Okay, gotcha.
Gotcha.
This is why we have a parliamentarian.
In the whole day.
Retreat.
Yes, do you have a question?
No, I think we're good. I was just gonna, if for clarity, I was gonna offer to make a new motion to completely withdraw this motion and then start again. It just,
Forgive me, that would really complicate it.
Mhm.
We're almost home.
there's a lot of, there's just a lot of chatter here. It just seems like we're trying to clear things up, but I think we're okay.
So if Madam Chair doesn't mind, I'll,
Yes.
for clarity. The original motion was made to do the thing,
Okay.
and I'm keeping it very vague, to do the thing.
Yeah.
On this date. And then Vice Chair said during the discussion, I want to do the thing, but on a different date. So let us just change the date. So what you all voted on was, do you agree with that change? Or do you prefer to keep it as the original date to do the thing? You all voted yes, we agree with the change and the change only. So that now we have a more, we have to do the thing, but it is with this new date. So now do we agree to do the thing is what you need to vote on.
We got that. You good? Okay.
Everybody understand?
A lot of-
It's a two-step process.
Because I
Do
understand.
the original thing, the way it was originally stated, and now that there's a change, do we agree with the change?
Yes. I'm good with that.
No worries.
Well, we're voting on this now.
Now, do you want to do the thing?
Yeah.
With the new date?
We're about to vote on it now.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, guys, we're moving forward. All right, the new motion, amended motion is to have the council retreat in January 2027. Any discussion from committee members? Any public comment?
Go ahead and raise it this time.
Okay. The question is on the amended motion to have the council retreat in January 2027. We will have a roll call vote. If you are in favor of the motion to have the council retreat in January 2027, when your name is called, say yes. If you are opposed, say no. If you abstain, say abstain. Stephanie, could you kindly call the roll?
Sure. Dr. Baravecchio.
Yes.
Dr. Baravecchio, yes. Ms. Bayham.
Yes.
Ms. Bayham, yes. Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, yes. Mr. Billings.
Yes.
Mr. Billings, yes. Mr. Blanchke.
Yes.
Mr. Blanchke, yes. Mr. Boynton.
Yes.
Mr. Boynton, yes. Ms. Sashri.
Yes.
Ms. Sashri, yes. Ms. Crane. Mr. Doyle.
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, yes. Ms. Hano.
Yes.
Ms. Hano, yes. Ms. Harmon.
Yeah.
Ms. Harmon, yes. Ms. Kelly Aduli.
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Aduli, yes. Mr. Macaluso.
Yes.
Mr. Macaluso, yes. Dr. Meta.
Yes.
Dr. Meta, yes. Ms. Nguyen. Mr. Raka.
Yes.
Mr. Raka, yes. Mr. Smith. Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
Ms. Stewart, yes. Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, yes. Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes. Ms. Shu. Ms. Sue, yes.
Hi, this is Robbie. My computer went into sleep mode real quick. My vote would be yes for the motion.
Thank you, Robbie.
Okay, the yeses have it and the motion is adopted.
Yes, you have 19 yeses, 0 nos, 0 abstentions.
All right, we're going back to number 3 of the consideration of the new council meeting dates. Is there an amendment to the proposed date or a motion to adopt the dates as presented? And those dates should be in your packet, or Vice Chair can just say them. They don't. They have a question.
Like this schedule?
Yes.
New schedule?
So we're just giving you guys a minute to review. On yesterday, the council only wanted the full council to make this decision in a way. We wanted to present it to you guys. So review it and we'll go from there.
Question.
That's a question, okay, Lane?
What time are we thinking for the committee meetings?
Stephanie?
I mean, is the committee, yeah, the committee meetings.
So, like, that would be up to the chair. So the staff who are over each committee, like Stephanie's over education and employment, she would get with Brooke, who's the chair.
Okay.
And, they would decide that, or they can even send a survey out to the committee and send out different times to see what's best. And then they would go from there.
Okay, so it's not set times.
So the only set one is the executive committee.
I guess my question is it gonna be a different set time every time we meet? Like,
No.
are we just gonna pick one and
Yes.
what time we're gonna meet?
Yes. It'll be just like the dates. Once you guys set a time,
Got it,
that'll be the time.
okay.
There's
We have a hand raised. Chair recognizes.
Hi,
Okay.
just something to think about, the one that's in April. Wednesday is a pretty important day at the Capitol, whether it be education, appropriations, health and welfare, that's a pretty important day. And it may put some of you guys in a bind if you're due to be at the Capitol. Unless you do the afternoon.
Thank you for sharing that. Is there an amendment to the proposed date or a motion to adopt the dates as presented?
Move that we adopt this.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
It is moved and seconded to adopt the dates as presented. Is there any discussion from committee members? Yes.
Okay, so E30 for executive committee. Is there a hotel option for Wednesday night at all?
So the,
You can say no, I'm not gonna. I probably will cry because let's face it, but
so the purpose of us we doing this schedule was to kind of eliminate some of those costs, and we were trying to eliminate the hotel.
okay.
So.
All right, guys, let's just be mindful of the outside conversations. We're live and we can hear that, and the person that has the floor cannot focus on what they're asking. So let's just keep that down, please. Derek,
So these gonna be Zoom dates, physically. Everybody here. Your wheels.
So this is just like this meeting. You can either come in person or you can attend virtually, whatever works best for you.
It's 2 days, right?
So it depends on which, Eric, you're part of the Education and Employment Committee, so you would come on April 15th, and then you would come again for the full council meeting, which is April 3rd. Does that make sense?
okay. The chair recognizes you too.
Yes, so April 15th, is a Bessie meeting. On in addition to other events at the Capitol that day, so I think it would be good if I recommended a different date. I don't have a date in mind for April 15th, but that's gonna be a conflict for a couple of the members of that committee to attend. So that would be, I think that would be changed. We should do that now before we move forward.
Is there an amendment for the April 15th date?
You have another hand raised, Ms. Kelly?
Maybe since the legislature's not in on Fridays, what if y'all did Fridays instead? I mean, Wednesdays is really gonna be a big deal for, like I said, education, health and welfare, appropriations. I mean, it's like, that's possibly like the worst day to have that in place instead of going to the Capitol. And I know some members here are gonna have to leave. Bernard's gonna have to be on standby. Gary's gonna have to be on standby. I know Tori's probably gonna be at the Capitol. I know Lauren's gonna have to be there for education. I mean, like, you're gonna miss half of your people.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Chair recognizes.
I'm in agreement with Kelly, and then I like the proposal for Friday. The only hiccup is another commission, Louisiana Commission for the Deaf, is April 17th as well. So just something to be mindful of.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Okay, so we're gonna, well, yeah, go ahead, Jill, before I.
I'll wait the Friday, but then I think could we do the Friday before, because we can't have the committee meetings after the full council meeting? That would be counterproductive.
Thank you, Jill. Ebony, what were your thoughts with the discussion that's going on with the dates?
This is, I would just say that this was just a suggestion that the staff had. I know there were concerns about if you guys were gonna meet so far out from the full council meeting, it would be hard for you guys to recollect what you discussed during those meetings, which is why we wanted to focus on the months that the full council would meet. So that was the the idea behind this draft. But this isn't set. This was just a suggestion. So you guys can change it to whatever you like. This is just what we thought would work best based on the feedback that we received at the last quarterly meeting.
Thank you, Ebony.
There's a
The chair recognizes Elena.
Just to comment on what Jill had mentioned, so if, let's say we did do the Fridays for the committee meetings, that would just put it April 3rd, April 10th, and April 17th, and then we would meet April 30th on the Thursday. So it wouldn't, the committee meetings wouldn't happen after, they would still be before. Because we don't have anything, we wouldn't have anything the Friday of the full council meeting. Right?
Set the executive committee.
Right.
All right, Ms. Angela.
Yeah.
I think April, is April 3rd, Good Friday?
Yes.
So that,
Thank you, Angela. The chair recognizes Mr. Knight.
I just need some clarification. Do we currently, for the folks that come from out of town, do they currently have 2 nights lodging or 1 night lodging? 1 night? So they won't have that 1 night lodging and they will be expected to be here at 8:30 in the morning. Is that correct? From
Again, this is a draft. These are suggestions. This is not set in stone. This is just something that the staff and I
Right,
came up
right.
with.
I'm just,
You guys
you
can
know, I'm
change
looking
it
at
to
it
whatever
from
you
people from North Louisiana. That's 4-hour drive time, basically.
This is good discussion, though.
Yeah.
So the question is this the appropriate time to do this during the full council meeting? Or should we talk to the individual, is it up to the individual committees? And should we discuss this later within the individual committees, or do we continue to do it now? Because, you know, with April 15th, that's education and employment specifically. So then the question is, do we then talk to the chair of that committee, or do we do it as a full council if it's just a draft? And you know what I'm saying, is it appropriate to continue to talk about this now, or is it better for us as individual committee members to bring up concerns to the chair and we figure it out separately from this? I should clarify that.
I was just gonna say, I think the conversation is appropriate. You know, I don't know if it's something y'all want to continue conversations ongoing, but it was discussed at the last executive committee meeting, at the last council meeting, at yesterday's executive committee meeting, and now again at this council meeting. So it has been discussed. I think it should be a decision that, as it has been going through the executive committee and the full council, rather than just each chair, because there is something a benefit to have set days, so we know what our schedule is, as opposed to running into things like we do with our ad hoc committees, where we're trying to gather all these people, whatever time is available. And you get a doodle poll with 15 dates and 37 times, and we're trying to figure out your availability. If there is some consistency in these dates, then you have that opportunity to set your schedules kind of like we do now. But I do think it's appropriate for the conversation here, because it did filter over from our last council meeting.
Thank you, Branson. Stephanie.
I just wanted to kind of echo with what Brenton said, and I just shared up at the top like we used to say like the last Wednesday and Thursday of the month or something like that. So then that kind of up here at the top of the actual schedule, it clarifies that to kind of keep consistency. So it says, you know, SDCI would be the first Wednesday of the month and et cetera, things like that to, again, to keep that consistency. So I did just want to point that out, that it is at the top of your page and then share it on the screen also.
Thank you, Stephanie.
I just think we need to be considerate of the people that are coming out of town, because I was once that person, and that ride is rough. Especially on somebody like me, so if it's somebody with a disability, you know, that's coming in from out of town, just take that into consideration too. For the people that actually wanna be here, but have to take that ride and need a break. So that's something to take into consideration as well.
Thank you, Aiden. Elena?
Is there a possibility, I don't know, like what the requirements for the distance from here has to be in order for you to be able to, stay overnight? The way that we currently have it, but would it be possible for like us to adjust that distance? Like if we if we go with the 8:30 meeting, that the people who are X amount of miles away from here and it's gonna take them, say, 4 hours to get here in the morning. You know, can we adjust the mileage, I guess is what I'm asking, because I'm just coming from Lafayette, so. It would be inconvenient, but it's manageable for me, given my circumstances.
I do want to just say the executive committee are the only people that are meeting. So it's just those 5 people, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So for somebody like Renata, who's coming from Lake Charles, yeah, we can adjust that.
Okay.
And again, this is just a recommendation. We can have the executive committee meeting anytime throughout the quarter. We just thought it would be, the staff and I thought it would be more helpful, I guess, for the executive committee to meet before the council, because a lot of their decisions have to go to the full council.
Yeah.
So again, this is just suggestions. We don't have to stick with this. We could change the executive committee to the Friday before the full council meets. And then there's a virtual option. At whatever time, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So these are just suggestions.
Yeah.
And so you guys can change it to whatever you like it to be.
Thank you, Ebony. Mr. May.
Is the virtual, there's not a virtual option for committee chairs, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
I said there's not a virtual option for committee chairs, is that correct?
For any committee chair that has that's an individual with a developmental disability, yes, that virtual is an option. Anybody that is not an individual with a disability, if they're chairing, they have to be in person.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so the issue is April 15. So there a lot of activities at the Capitol. So how late in the evening or afternoon those activities usually, we go?
So Bessie can be all day. Typically, there is an agenda until about 3:30, but based on discussions, it can certainly extend past that. Similar Capitol days as well, pretty lengthy.
And to follow up on that, typically, and the other question we had was potentially the 17th, which is that Friday. The Commission for the Deaf usually goes from 9 to 1, so the afternoon on the 17th, potentially. Because I know Lauren and I are both on that committee, so that or commission. So that if y'all maybe wanted to amend it to the Friday, the 17th of April for education and employment specifically, that would work better. Just tonight again.
Yes.
So I think this is pretty simple. Like, we're complicating it and we're beating a dead horse. Like, the question here is, are you fine with the way things are working? If everybody's good with meeting on, the Wednesday and then the Thursday, then we move that forward. The goal here is to cut money. Okay, we do that by not having to pay hotel rooms. that's not realistic for everybody that's here. I think if we move to a virtual meet, that's gonna push people into virtual meetings. Are we gonna have the same culture and community feel through Zoom meetings? Because that's what's gonna happen here. So the question is, do you want to continue meeting on Wednesdays and Thursdays? If not, then do you want to push it to another day that they're proposing? Does this create a hardship for too many people to bust it up like this? So, I mean, that's what I want to hear from you guys. Is this too hard, knowing that you need to be here in a hotel? So is it easier to continue on Wednesday and Thursday as is, or do you want to chop it up?
Madam Chair, just to be clear, in October, you voted to do it this way. You just didn't have dates. So it's really about the dates, because you already voted in October that this is the way that you're gonna do it.
Would there be any objections if we move, give this back to the staff and have them to reach out to committee chairs to kind of talk about these dates and then bring it back? Would there be any objections for that?
I would have to object to that. So the next meeting is in April. We won't have time to come back to y'all to get a decision. So we're gonna either we can take it to the committees, and for this April meeting, we can just put the meetings whenever the committees can meet, and then come back with another schedule for July and October. If that would be better, but right now, we can't come back because the April meeting will be here. Does that make sense?
Yes. Bill? Oh, I'm sorry, I think.
No, it's okay, let's go.
Yes, that's what I would say.
Ebony, I agree with you 100%. I'm down for everything that you said. That's great. It's a good idea. It's a great idea.
Thank you, Ada.
Okay, thank you. So the only reason why we're having this big discussion is right now, correct me if I'm wrong, someone in the room is smarter than me. Right now, the only issue is with the schedule is April, because we're in we're in session, correct? Or is cause the reason cause the July and October thing will work, right? So it's just these Wednesdays in April that are concerning, because as Kelly said, Liam and Lauren and Tori have, and obviously Rakisha and y'all have to be in, could be a sweat to the Capitol, like y'all could be at the Capitol those days, but these like Wednesdays in July like aren't as much of an issue, correct? It's the April Wednesdays that we're mainly trying to finagle, correct?
I'm gonna turn to them because they were the ones that made those comments.
Okay.
any, yes, Dr. Will.
I think there is a lot of discussion, but it sounds like really the only kind of issue that we're hearing in terms of schedule, as Jill mentioned, is likely that April 15th.
Yes.
So maybe just to clear things up and to continue the conversation forward, just a proposal or whatever that looks like for changing that one date. And then it sounds like everyone else might be in agreement with what's already proposed. So that might just be an easier solution for that one, change from April 15th to, Liam mentioned April 17th could occur, by 1 p.m., following that Louisiana Commission for the Deaf.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. So now, we're gonna move forward. The pending motion that we have, to adopt the dates as shown would be, notion to change as needed. Okay, that would be the question, what I just said. Is there any public comment?
So what I have up here is to adopt a new meeting schedule and dates as presented, so that would change.
Well, if with the option to, that's why she was asking, is there any objection to just adding with the option to change as needed? There was no objection. I didn't hear.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mike.
Well, let me just see what this motion is for. See to adopt.
Is that
Needed.
Now, I know it's only April
Change.
15th, so you could change it to, you didn't say April 15th, but if that's the understanding, it could be with the option to change. But if you leave it this way, then any other committee that has an issue would be able to change the date as needed.
Absolutely. Yes.
Can I ask a question? Who would be able to change the date? If it was needed? Okay, the chair, okay.
Motion. This is already, Mrs. Taylor. Okay, now we will have a roll call vote. If you're in favor of the motion to adopt the new meeting schedule and dates as presented with the option to change as needed. When your name is called, say yes. If you are opposed, say no. If you abstain, say abstain. Stephanie, could you please call the roll? Or
Dr. Baravecchio,
Yes.
Dr. Baravecchio, yes. Ms. Bayham,
Yes.
Ms. Bayham, yes. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, yes. Mr. Billings,
Yes.
Mr. Billings, yes. Mr. Blansky,
Yes.
Mr. Blansky, yes. Mr. Boynton,
Yes.
Mr. Boynton, yes. Ms. Sashri? Yes. Ms. Sashri, yes. Ms. Crane? Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, yes. Ms. Hayno? Abstain. Ms. Hayno abstain. Ms. Harmon?
Yes.
Ms. Harmon, yes. Ms. Kelly Aduli?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Aduli, yes. Mr. Macaluso?
Yes.
Mr. Macaluso, yes. Dr. Meta?
Yes.
Dr. Meta, yes. Ms. Nguyen? Mr. Rocca?
Abstain.
Mr. Rocca abstain. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Stewart, yes. Mr. Taylor? Is that a vote no? Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes. And Ms. Shu? Ms. Shu abstain. You have 15 yeses, 1 no, 3 abstentions.
Okay, the yeses have it, and the motion is adopted. Thank you, council members. We made it through. Chair once again recognizes Ms. Angela.
On behalf of the executive committee, I move to adopt the council code of conduct as recommended by the staff.
Since the motion is coming from a committee, it does not require a second. It is moved to adopt the council code of conduct as recommended by staff. Is there any discussion from council members? Any public comment?
Thank you.
No public comment.
Okay. All right, the question is on the executive committee recommends the full council accept the proposed code of conduct as recommended by staff. We'll have a roll call vote. If you are in favor of the motion, when your name is called, say yes. If you are opposed, say no. If you abstain, say abstain. Stephanie, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Dr. Baravecchio?
Yes.
Dr. Baravecchio, yes. Ms. Bayham? Yes. Ms. Bayham, yes. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, yes. Mr. Billings?
Yes.
Mr. Billings, yes. Mr. Blansky?
Yes.
Mr. Blansky, yes. Mr. Boynton?
Yes.
Boynton, yes. Ms. Sashry?
Yes.
Ms. Sashry, yes. Ms. Crane? Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, yeah. Ms. Hano?
Yes.
Ms. Hano, yes. Ms. Harmon? Ms. Harmon, yes. Ms. Kelly Dooley?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Dooley, yes. Mr. Macaluso?
Yes.
Mr. Macaluso, yes. Dr. Meta?
Yes.
Dr. Meta, yes. Ms. Nguyen? Mr. Rocca?
Yes.
Mr. Rocca, yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Ms. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Stewart, yes. Mr. Taylor? A vote for yes is a vote to accept the code of conduct that was given to y'all at the executive committee yesterday. A vote no is to not accept it. Mr. Taylor, yes. Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes, and Ms. Stu? Ms. Stu, yes. You have 19 yeses, 0 no, 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Stephanie. The yeses have it and the motion is adopted. The final recommendation is regarding the executive director evaluation. And due to her job performance over the evaluation period, on behalf of the executive committee, I move to give the executive director a 3% salary increase. Because the motion is coming from a committee, it does not require a second. It is moved to give the executive director a 3% salary increase. Is there any discussion from council members? Any public comment?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
All right, the question is on the recommendation for the executive director to receive a 3% raise. We will have a roll call vote. If you're in favor of the motion, when your name is called, say yes. If you're opposed, say no. If you abstain, say abstain. Stephanie, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Baravecchio?
Abstain.
Dr. Baravecchio, abstain. Ms. Bayham?
Abstain.
Ms. Bayham, abstain. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, yes. Mr. Billings?
Yes.
Mr. Billings, yes. Mr. Glinski,
Yes.
Mr. Glinski, yes. Mr. Boynton,
Yes.
Mr. Boynton, yes. Ms. Sashri,
Yes.
Ms. Sashri, yes. Ms. Crane, Mr. Doyle, Mr. Doyle abstain. Ms. Hano,
Yes.
Ms. Hano, yes. Ms. Harmon, Ms. Harmon, yes. Ms. Kelly Dooley,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Dooley, yes. Mr. Macaluso,
Yes.
Mr. Macaluso, yes. Dr. Meta,
Yes.
Dr. Meta, yes. Ms. Nguyen, Mr. Rocca,
Yes.
Mr. Rocca, yes. Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Ms. Stewart, Ms. Stewart,
Yes. Yes.
sorry, I just didn't hear you. Ms. Stewart, yes. Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, yes. Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes. And Ms. Yu,
Yes.
Ms. Yu, yes. You have 16 yeses, 0 nos, and 3 abstentions.
Thank you, Stephanie. The yeses have it and the motion is adopted. Okay, before we move on, Ebony. Nicole brought it to my attention, the adoption of the prior year plan.
Yeah, I can, so the 5-year plan was put out for a 45-day public comment period. And you all did receive a lot of public comment. That comment was sent to you all like 2 weeks prior to this meeting. And we included all of the public comment, but we also gave you a 1-page summary. Because some of it was a lot. So Stephanie condensed it to a 1-page summary. So, if you all want to take any of that public comment that you received into consideration and change anything on your new 5-year plan for 2027 to 2031, now will be the time to make those amendments if you all want to make any amendments. to Your 5-year plan.
Is there a motion to adopt it so we can have discussion? Okay, thanks, Jill. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Brian. It is moved and seconded to adopt the adoption of the 5-year plan. Is there any discussion from committee members? Any public comment? No public comment. Yes, Jill?
Okay, I do have what? Because it makes sense. Like, why are people's questions in ChatGPT or Google Gemini? My bad. The second comment. Cause I meant to call you, Stephanie, and just put in.
Hand raised.
Stephanie.
Yeah, I just wanna answer Jill's question. She had emailed me and then something came up and we weren't able to really talk about it. So I do want to talk about the comment that she is talking about. I believe it is, like you said, the second comment by Christy Guilford. So if you look at the packet of public comments, I'll tell you that she specifically, this is what she wrote. All I did was copy and paste. So she wrote in her email to me, I put this question into Google Gemini, and these are the recommendations that it gave me. So to answer your question as to why they would do that, I don't know. But I am giving you exactly what was commented to me. And then I went and I just summarized it so that you could have a quick look at what it was that all her questions, because there's like 20 questions. So her questions and answers, a quick of what she thought about it. But also I wanted to give you the full comment because that is what was submitted to me. Now, to answer any question about like the content of what they said, I will not be able to because I don't know. I just collect the comments. You're welcome.
Dr. The chair recognizes Dr. Mayor.
Yeah, sure. Well, this is more to the executive committee, well, probably to everybody. So do we have any rules and regulation about using artificial intelligence? Because that's what I use. Somebody just copies something online, or something probably not true, or sometimes true, and just send it to us as the public.
No, there's nothing in your bylaws or your policies and procedures that says we cannot accept feedback from artificial intelligence. No, I mean, that's, if you guys want to make any rules like that, we would have to like, I guess, go into policies and procedures and discuss what the council would want.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I'm also not an attorney and don't play one, but I think before you would put something like that, we might have to run that by legal. I don't know if we could just tell people you can't submit something that they ran through AI. They could have used AI to summarize their thoughts or. Yeah, so we'd have to make sure if that is something y'all are looking at, that we weren't overstepping and suppressing any sort of comments people make.
Thank you, President. No.
Timing of this is a me. Page. The second page on the back front page, I think is that supposed to be there. Okay, yeah, and shouldn't have told in that or in private, but here we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Any public comment?
Yes, there's one hand raised.
Okay.
Linda Elliott.
The chair recognizes Ms. Linda Elliott.
Good morning. I'm
Good
sure
morning.
you're tired of me, but it would be a real problem for somebody like me if I couldn't use AI. I use it for my notes. I use it for organization. I use it to sometimes put words together. Again, just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. There's no more public comment. Emily's gonna put the motion back. All right, the question is on to adopt the 5-year plan as presented. We will have a roll call vote. If you're in favor of the motion, when your name is called, say yes. If you're opposed, say no. If you abstain, say abstain. Stephanie, can you call the roll, please?
Sure. Dr. Garcia,
Yes.
Dr. Baravecchio, yes. Ms. Bayham?
Yes.
Ms. Bayham, yes. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, yes. Mr. Billings?
Yes.
Mr. Billings, yes. Mr. Blansky?
Yes.
Mr. Blansky, yes. Mr. Boynton?
Yes.
Mr. Boynton, yes. Ms. Sashri?
Yes.
Ms. Sashri, yes. Ms. Crane? Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, yes. Ms. Hano?
Abstain.
Ms. Hano abstained. Ms. Harmon? Ms. Harmon, yes. Ms. Kelly.
Yes.
Kelly Dooley, yes. Mr. Macaluso?
Yes.
Mr. Macaluso, yes. Dr. Meta?
Yes.
Dr. Meta, yes. Ms. Flynn? Mr. Rocca?
Yes.
Mr. Rocca, yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Ms. Stewart?
Yes.
Stewart, yes. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor, yes. Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes. And Ms. Yu? Ms. Yu, yes. You have 18 yeses, 0 no's, and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Stephanie. The yeses have it, and the motion is adopted. We were supposed to break at 11:15. Do you guys want to power through to lunch? Let Ebony, do her director's report, or do you guys want to break down? All right. No
Could we
objections to
break?
that?
Oh, it's paid. It's not gonna pay.
I'm sorry, I can't. I was just gonna say, could we just break for lunch now since it's kind of lunchtime, or is there food, is the food not there yet?
No.
The food is not here yet. If there's no objection, Ebony?
Hey, now. What? So. I'm trying to get my thoughts. together. The reason why I abstain is was the point of the public comment, and I don't want this to hold or down because I see the error of my ways. But were we supposed to like review the public comment and then before we adopted the plan, like were like were we supposed to like go through the plan and make changes as we saw fit based on the public comment?
So yes, that was the reason why we sent it out early. You guys should have reviewed it. And if you wanted to make any changes, just come prepared to suggest those changes to the full council today.
Well, I'm very sorry, and I can say for my part, I didn't come prepared, and I apologize. It's very off character.
Thank you, Gino. We know who you are. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ebony.
Okay, guys, my report is white today because we had some issues with our printing. It's normally gray, but it is on white paper in your packets. I'm just gonna highlight a couple of things from our report. The first thing I do want to point out is that your program performance report that we have to turn in every year to the office, for intellectual and developmental disabilities. It was submitted on December 17th, well before the December 30th deadline. And we should hear about approval for your PPR by at least spring of this year. Appropriations, I kind of wanted to mention, because I think when I wrote my report, the House hadn't met yet, but on January 22nd, the House passed an appropriation completing FY 26 appropriations. And so now it's going to the Senate. So all DDX programs in that budget that they approved on the 22nd, including DD councils, were all level funded. The FY 26 appropriation also avoids major cuts to the other DDX programs, education, housing, and SNAP, which we know are all important for individuals with disabilities. The Senate and House have until Saturday, January 31st to come to an agreement, or we will be in another partial government shutdown. LaCan, I kind of want to highlight LaCan. Right now, the LaCan leaders and Families Help and Family Centers are well underway with planning their roundtables. We have released the schedule for the roundtable, so I want to encourage you all, as our chair did yesterday, for full participation in our roundtables this year. If you look at the schedule, some of them are holding them virtually, and then some of them are holding them hybrid. So we'll be there in person and they'll have a virtual option. You don't have to go to your region's roundtable if their date and time don't work. You can attend any of the roundtables because we're going to be presenting the same information and it's on the council's advocacy agenda. So we'll be talking about those 3 items that you all have on your agenda. We just encourage you to please mark your calendars and attend those LaCan roundtables. I also wanted to let you all know that right now we have a vacancy for a LaCan leader in Region 4. That's the Lafayette region. So if you guys know any family members or more so an individual with a disability who would want to take on the responsibility of being a LaCan leader in Region 4, we would love for you guys to have them apply. We did send out information about the LaCan leader position, I think a couple of weeks ago. So you can find the application on that LADC letter. Technically, the next thing I'm going to talk about is going to be included in my next report for April, but I was really excited that the DD Network really collaborated very well this past month with the Speak Up, Stand Up Summit. I don't know if you guys were were able to participate in that summit, but it was a 3-day virtual summit specifically for self-advocates. And so the DD Network got an opportunity to reintroduce ourselves. So I was able to reintroduce the council to the disability community, and so would Disability Rights and our other sister agency, LSU HDC. So the 3-day summit was amazing. And if you all missed it, you missed it. And then general information, our new website launched on October 22nd. If you guys haven't had an opportunity to go and look at the new website, please do so. It's very user-friendly. It's way more organized and easier to navigate. But we'd also like for you all, if there's feedback you want to give us, we can always go back to GatorWorks and make any adjustments or anything that you guys see that's out of place. But I encourage you, if you haven't done so already, to go and check out the new website. The last thing I wanted to mention was just be on the lookout. I'm gonna be doing, as soon as the new members, I already mentioned this, but as soon as the new members are officially appointed, I'll be sending out information for the orientation. Again, this year, I'll be doing the lunch and learns, and any member of the council is welcome to attend, even our state agency reps. if you guys want to attend our lunch and learns, please do so. I'll be sending out the dates and times as soon as those members are officially appointed. And starting in April, I know I kind of mentioned this last time, I'm gonna start hosting a self-advocate training for the upcoming council meetings. And that's just basically to better support our self-advocates on our council. I want to make sure you guys are comfortable with the votes that we're doing, except for the ones that are out of my control. But the set votes that we're gonna be doing on each agenda, I wanna make sure that our self-advocates, number one, understand what they're voting for, but also understand what a yes vote means, what a no vote means. So I'm gonna have trainings for our self-advocates, but again, any council member is, welcome to attend those trainings if you like. So just be on the lookout for those things. And that's all I have, Chair, unless there are questions.
Thank you, Ebony. My new picture is not on the website.
You can get that fixed, June. I'll get it fixed. as soon as
No,
possible.
that I was in 2017.
Are there any other questions from council members on the report? I do have a question, Ebony. Are we able to ensure that all members go through that orientation, lunch and learn? New members, so I want to make sure everyone goes through that because we can't hold council members accountable for things that they may not understand or know. So I just want to make sure that everyone goes through that. How can we?
Okay. You guys, since you guys are volunteers, I can't enforce, like, this is mandatory because everyone's a volunteer. So all I can do is try to, and to me, like, the lunchtime period is the best maybe time for everyone, like that 12 to 1 time period. I try to make it convenient, but I can't make it mandatory. Since you all are volunteers, I can only put out the dates and whoever can show up, can show up.
I just want to encourage everyone, if you can, just please try and join that. We're going to move forward together and united as a council. It's important that you know what's expected. I understand that we're all volunteers, but this is something that we're passionate about. So just put that in the forefront to just be a part of these things so that you can really, really fulfill the role that you're in. Any other questions? All right. The report requires no action and will be placed on file. The next item of business is the report. The chair recognizes Ebony Haven for that report.
Okay, the budget report is also in your packets. It shows the expenditures for the first full quarter and then each month of the second quarter. So for the second quarter, there are a couple of things that I want to highlight. Operating services is one. You'll notice an increase in October, and that's because we had to pay multiple Xerox machine invoices at once. So that's the cause of the inflation for the month of October. But also in December, you'll also notice that it's even more, and that's due to the council having to pay dues to our National Association of Councils on Developmental Disability. So those dues are $11,000. Just so you all will know. So that is the cause of the inflated cost for October and December. Also, I just wanted to mention in the IAT acquisitions column or row, you'll notice a credit that we received. I know Eric is always looking for the red. And I want to make sure I address the red for you, Eric. We actually received a credit from the Office of Technology Services because we were paying for phone lines at our old office on Main Street downtown. And so we noticed that they were still charging us for those lines and we got them to issue us a credit. So for the full quarter, you'll see that we have a credit. Basically a credit of $97 because they're still charging us, but that credit is basically taking care of those bills. So you'll still see a credit of $97 at the end of the quarter as a report. And that's all I have to highlight, Renata, unless anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Ebony. Any questions, any discussion? Yes.
Ebony, so I see we went down, so the salaries were 54,000 in October, and then they dropped to 36,000 in November. Did we lose any staff?
No, that's because we were paid 3 times.
Oh, okay, so there was an extra payroll cycle in
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
All right, there's no other questions from council members. The report requires no action and will be placed on file. All right. Guys, lunch is not here, so we're just gonna move forward with the committee reports. The next item of business is the committee reports. Our first report is from
Act 37.
Act 37. Okay. Go ahead, Chair recognizes.
Hi, everyone. This is Bambi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The Act 378 Subcommittee met yesterday, and we do not have any recommendations for the council to consider. We did spend time reviewing fiscal year 26 second quarter data for the programs within the Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities and Behavioral Health, as well as the Aging and Adult Services, the SPAS program through the ARC of Louisiana. And these reports can be found linked on our committee agenda on the council's meeting webpage if you would like to review. Looking at all of the reports, I'm happy to report that all of the local government entities are on target with their expenditures for individual and family support, the consumer care resources, the supported living, and flexible family fund. The Acadiana Area Human Service District, which is in Region 4, was allowed the opportunity to share a success story with the committee to provide a connection and a clear outcome, a clear outlook on how the services that we talk about, that we see the numbers each meeting, how they really benefit the families and the people in need. So during OCD's report, a committee member requested a follow-up from the last quarterly meeting of the excess use of the other category, the category that was listed as other in our individual family support expenditure report that we get every year or annually, and the potential for inaccuracies. So OCDD stated that they will provide a follow-up in the next quarterly meeting after getting with the LGEs to come up with a more appropriate categories to add to their list to avoid the overusage of the other category. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Bambi. Are there any questions from council members on the report? Any public comment?
No public comment.
The report requires no action and will be placed on file. The next item of business is our report from the Self-Determination Community Inclusion Committee. The chair recognizes Jill Hayno.
Thank you. All right, so, because this is big in a lot, why not my report?
Bear with me, I cannot read out my notes, so if I sound nasally, I apologize.
I gave her a
The Self-Determination and Community Inclusion Committee met yesterday, and there was one recommendation for the council's consideration. The committee discussed activities to recommend to the Planning Ad Hoc Committee for inclusion in the council's FY 2027 action plan under goals 1 and 2. This plan will begin October 2026. Jill, am I supposed to read the motion?
You read the motion.
Okay.
And I'll say
Got it.
like I'll
Okay. The Self-Determination and Community Inclusion Committee recommends the Planning Ad Hoc Committee consider the following activities for inclusion in the fiscal year 27 action plan and offers this recommendation to the full council for consideration. Increase the funding for Youth Leadership Forum in the amount of $50,000. Training to focus on talking to children and adults with individual and developmental disabilities on health and exercise. Create a resource guide by compiling emergency plans for parishes, especially as it relates to individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Partner with other organizations, distribute the parish plans, and work with families on how to create their own. Create a curriculum on disability history to share with schools and families. And to continue funding the People First training, or continue funding for People First training. We were unable to discuss contractual activities under goals 1 and 2 in our plan due to time constraints. You can find information on these activities in your status report included in your meeting packets. However, there is a very important update I would like to bring to the attention of the council. The council's contract for its activity on sexual education and women's preventative health has not been signed by LSU, and they have not started any work on this initiative. LSU expressed concerns for the HIPAA language in the contract and requested a change. LDH legal informed council staff that language needed to remain in the contract. At this time, we are waiting on LSU's legal team to make a decision on moving forward with the contract. We also received a few updates from Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities, or Medicaid, or OCDD, Medicaid, Office of Aging and Adult Services, OAAS, Office of Aging and Adult Services provided the committee with an update on their community choice waiver waitlist contract, which will look at how to move the waiver toward a needs-based direction. They also discussed possible updates to the community options waiver to ensure flexibilities around spending those dollars. Medicaid provided updates on Act 421 and the need for additional administrative dollars to complete assessments. OCDD discussed a potential name change, funding being allocated to the state and regional advisory committees, and the rate study. The rate study has not been released, but they are projecting the release of this information before the start of legislative session on March 9th. If the study has not been released to the public by the council's next meeting, the committee discussed asking the LDH secretary to attend and provide information on the delay and communications that were listed in the study.
thank you, Melania. On behalf of the self-determination, I move that the council recommend these 5 items for the FY 27 action plan. And that was only motion from our committee.
The motion does not require a second. Is there any discussion from council members?
I don't know if this is Lord, but after I talked about it last night, I wanna add or bring us something to aid for consideration for FY 27 planning. So do I do that now, Nicole?
Basically, we wanted to make a change to it.
Yeah. Okay. So can I add that we, in our FY 27 plan, we include some kind of voting and training for people with disabilities that would, I think, or I know that would go along with goal 1, I believe. Would that be a motion?
Yeah, wait, is that part of, is that changing something in this, or is it something totally different?
It would, I want, okay. Unofficially, I wanna add something. I wanna add another item to this.
Okay, so yeah, that's a motion to change or amend.
Okay, yeah, can I motion to amend the motion from the self-determination committee? Okay,
What's the change?
to add an activity to goal 1 and off the top of my head, some sort of voting training for people with disabilities, developmental disabilities. Okay. Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I second.
It's moved and seconded to make a change. To make a change to include an activity for goal 1 on voting. Training for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Is there any discussion from council members? Only on the change. No public comment. And there's no public comment, okay. So. All right, the question is to make a change to include an activity for goal 1 on voting, training for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We will have a roll call vote only for the change. If you're in favor of the motion where your name is called, say yes. If you are opposed, say no. If you abstain, say abstain. Stephanie, could you please call the roll?
Dr. Baravecchia,
Yes.
Dr. Baravecchia, yes. Ms. Bayham,
Yes.
Ms. Bayham, yes. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, yes. Mr. Billings,
Yes.
Mr. Billings, yes. Mr. Blanchky,
Yes.
Mr. Blanchky, yes. Mr. Boynton,
Yes.
Mr. Boynton, yes. Ms. Sashri,
Yes.
Ms. Sashri, yes. Ms. Green, Mr. Doyle,
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, yes, Ms. Hano,
Yes.
Hano, yes. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Harmon, yes, Ms. Kelly Dooley.
Yes.
Kelly Dooley, yes, Mr. Macaluso,
Yes.
Mr. Macaluso, yes, Dr. Meta,
Yes.
Dr. Meta, yes, Ms. Nguyen. Mr. Raka,
Yes.
Mr. Raka, yes, Mr. Smith,
Yes.
yes, Ms. Stewart,
Yes.
Ms. Stewart, yes, Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, yes. Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes, and Ms. Yu.
Yes.
Ms. Yu, yes. 19 yeses, 0 no, 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Stephanie. The yeses have it and the motion is adopted. Now we're moving back to adopt the full amended motion. There be any discussion from council members? Any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay. The question is on the amended motion. We will now have a roll call vote. If you're in favor of the motion, when your name is called, say yes. If you're opposed, say no. If you abstain, say abstain. Stephanie, please call the roll.
Dr. Baravecchia,
Yes.
Dr. Baravecchia, yes, Ms. Bayham.
Yes.
Ms. Bayham, yes, Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, yes, Mr. Billings.
Yes.
Mr. Billings, yes, Mr. Blanchky,
Yes.
Mr. Blanchky, yes, Mr. Boynton,
Yes.
Boynton, yes. Ms. Zachary. Ms. Zachary, yes. Green. Mr. Doyle,
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, yes, Ms. Hano. Yes. Ms. Hano, yes, Ms. Harmon. Ms.
I'm
Harmon.
sorry, yes. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Ms. Kelly Dooley.
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Dooley, yes. Mr. Macaluso.
Yes.
Mr. Macaluso, yes. Dr. Meta.
Yes.
Dr. Meta, yes. Ms. Nguyen. Mr. Raka.
Yes.
Mr. Raka, yes. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Smith, yes. Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
Ms. Stewart, yes. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, yes. Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes. And Ms. Yu.
Yes.
Ms. Yu, yes. You have 19 yeses, 0 nos, and 0 abstentions.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie. The yeses have it and the motion is adopted. If there's no objection, the meeting will recess from lunch. There is none, the meeting is now in recess.
Thanks, Alex. I'm done.
Okay, it is now. Close.
Yeah.
And we'll be back. At 1:06.
Testing.
It is now 1:13. The meeting will come to order. Hope everybody enjoyed lunch. The next item of business is the report from the Education and Employment Committee. The chair recognizes Brooke Stewart for the report.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay.
Hi, Brooke.
Hi. I just want to make sure I switch my speakers because it's been a little low all morning for me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. The Education and Employment Committee met yesterday and has one recommendation to recommend to the full council. The Education and Employment Committee would like to recommend the Planning Ad Hoc Committee consider the following activities for inclusion in the federal year 2027 action plan and offers this recommendation to the council for consideration. Create information training on how Social Security works so that people with disabilities can work and be compensated fairly. Business highlight of vendors and employers. Trainings and seminars for vendors on employment and how to support people with developmental disabilities, including business highlights of vendors and employers and benefits of hiring people with disabilities. Pipeline for recipients of SSDI and SSI that want to work full-time to transition from those services. A job fair sponsorship / funding. Training on benefits planning, which includes who to contact, etc. Providing support and trainings for early childhood for children with disabilities. Transition into K through 12 space, building in the support specifically for the moderate to significant needs starting in middle school grades. We also received important updates from LRS, the Louisiana Rehabilitation Services. The state fiscal year 27 budget has been set and LRS will be receiving $12 million in state general funds. Initially, it was not expected that the temporary funds of $4 million would be included, but it was. The committee also got updates on contracts for Goal 3 of the fiscal year 26 action plan. Members are encouraged to check the quarterly status update and linked documents in the agenda for details on each activity.
Thank you, Brooke. The motion that we need a second. Is there any discussion from council members? Any public comment? No. Okay, the question is on the motion that is being screened. We will now have a roll call vote. If you're in favor of the motion that is on the screen, if your name is called, say yes. If you're opposed, say no. If you abstain, say abstain. Stephanie, can you call the roll, please?
Sure. Dr. Baravecchia,
Yes.
Dr. Baravecchia, yes. Ms. Bayham? Abstain. Ms. Bayham abstain. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, yes. Mr. Billings?
Yes.
Mr. Bloom, yes. Mr. Blanchky?
Yes.
Mr. Blanchky, yes. Mr. Boynton?
Yes.
Mr. Boynton, yes. Ms. Sashry? Yes. Ms. Sashry, yes. Ms. Crane? Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, yes. Ms. Hano?
Yes.
Ms. Hano, yes. Ms. Harmon?
Yes.
Ms. Harmon, yes. Ms. Kelly Dooley? Mr. Macaluso?
Yes.
Mr. Macaluso, yes. Dr. Meta?
Yes.
Dr. Meta, yes. Ms. Nguyen? Mr. Rocca?
Yes.
Mr. Rocca, yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Ms. Stewart?
Yes.
Stewart, yes. Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, yes. Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes. And Ms. Sue?
Yes.
Ms. Sue, yes. You have 17 yeses, 0 nos, and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Stephanie. The yeses have it, and the motion is adopted. Also, thank you again, Brooke. Are there any questions from council members on that report? Any further questions? Any public comment? Okay. The report requires no action and will be placed on file. The next item of business is report from the Disability Rights of Louisiana. The chair recognizes Corey Rocca.
Thank you. Reports in the packet. I'll give you some quick updates from reports. Our client assistance program for health people with disabilities who are receiving or applying for services from Louisiana Rehabilitation Services and American Indian Rehabilitation Services. That helps them understand the rights and benefits under the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. It is currently assisting 31 people in obtaining, maintaining, and advocating for appropriate vocational rehabilitation services. Our community living ombudsman program, we have advocates, ombudsmen, who advocate for people with developmental disabilities, live in ICFDDs across the state. And in the second quarter of the grant year, which was July 1st of 25 through the end of the year, typo in there. We, Bob Ombudsman made 421 visits to the ICFDDs. We received 279 requests for assistance, and they took action on all of the 279 requests for assistance. Sorry, there was not a typo in there. Our grant year is July 1st of 25 through June 30th of 25. So that was the second quarter for that. In our SILAT program, which is our supported independent living advocacy program, which serves individuals with developmental disabilities who are receiving OCDD waiver services and supports. So as of December of 25, that program was assisting 23 people, obtaining and maintaining appropriate and necessary supports so they can remain in the community on waivers. And finally, our financial access inclusion and resources program, which provides financial coaching and case management services to assist formerly incarcerated people with disabilities and overcoming employment and resource barriers. That program January 1st of 25 and December 31st of 25 provided financial coaching and case management to 68 active clients. And of those active clients, have been employed and 35 were employed for 90 days or more. If you have any questions about the other things in the report, I am happy to answer them.
Thank you, Tori. Any questions from council members on the report? Okay. I don't know which one is first. Aiden, okay, the chair recognizes you. Aiden?
I have a question about Social Security and being able to work. Who's responsible for our pay and our increase of wages when we do work? Or our decrease, excuse me.
That's a good question. We have some people in our office who do Social Security work. I am not knowledgeable enough to answer the question of who is responsible for that, but we may have people in our office who can actually answer that. I'll give you our number. You can call the office and we can see if we can help you sort that out, because we have some people who do Social Security work, but I don't know the answer on who is responsible for that example.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes.
Tori, the FAIR program, does that serve individuals statewide?
Sorry, I should have been more clear about that. It is a New Orleans area program that is funded, in the past has been funded with grants by the city of New Orleans and other private grants, so it is not statewide, unfortunately. So it is New Orleans, I have to double check it, might also lead over in Jefferson Parish, but it is just unfortunately one of the programs that we have that we'd like to have statewide, but funding wise, that's like our SILAT program. That is only in 2 LDH regions, the state don't have the funding for that, to go statewide, but New Orleans or New Orleans area. Right.
Chair recognizes.
I think the disability rights network is very important. I just wonder, is it only one the organization can do the monitor or oversee the work related to disability, the society?
So you mean the program where we monitor facilities and make sure people's facilities aren't being abused?
So, right, just only, right now the state only have a disability rights, that organization work on this area.
I didn't get the question. I'm sorry, my hearing is a little.
I mean, just only the disability rights, work on this area to like oversee or monitor.
That's us. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else is monitoring facilities. We have a fairly unique authority to do that because our system was created by federal law, and we actually have the authority to go into facilities and monitor them if we think something wrong is happening. I don't know, there's nobody else I know of that has kind of authority we have. The state have any kind of ombudsman? Left, right, nothing in the state. So yeah, if the state isn't running any ombudsman program to do this, that's just us. There's nobody other that does this.
The governor's office of the other being fair.
Yes, the chair recognizes you.
I mean, you have APS, CPS, you have those protective services that have, to an extent, the rights extent, as well as the licensing agency, which is health standards. They'll go in and do investigations if they're suspected complaints. So from an oversight perspective, that's not the only avenue, but to Tori's point, they are the only ones that do it on behalf of an individual, right? And the advocacy on the other.
In terms of enforcing things, it's either us, our attorneys filing a lawsuit, or our ombudsman reporting something to health standards. So it gets, we don't have actual enforcement authority. We can inspect and monitor and things like that. So we're the agency that does that. But in terms of enforcement, it's either we bring a lawsuit with our attorneys, or we report things to health standards to the state. So that's how that works.
And if we do nothing, then they sue it.
It happens sometimes. Try to avoid that.
Any further questions from council members? Any public comment? Okay, hearing none, the report requires no action and will be placed on file. The next item of business is the report of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. The chair recognizes him.
Hi, everybody. So the first thing that we want to go over from GOTA for 2025-2026 is that last December, we held our annual Gold Awards. This annual award ceremony recognizes members of the disability community throughout the state. We had 13 individuals who received gold awards and 43 artists who participated in the Inclusive Art Contest. That theme this year was Creativity Meets Advocacy. It's always a great event. It's held at the Old State Capitol, hopefully every December. We try to make it every December. And it's always a great event, so we always want to highlight that when we have it. The big update that I have for y'all is that the state capitol will be under construction for the next 5 years. It started in December, it's going through 2030. So technically it is a 5-year window. If you are planning on coming to the Capitol with a group or as individuals who have disabilities, other mobility aids or anything like that, we ask that you please let our office know in advance so that we can make sure that we have additional staff from the Capitol that are there to offer any assistance that may be needed. The information is on there, but just to let you know, the East Breezeway is now serving as the public entrance. Everything is clearly labeled. This will be through the duration of construction, and the East Breezeway is located on the east side of the building, and there is an automatic door opener that will remain optional operational for those who need it. There's a map on the back, and my information is on the back. If you have additional questions, or if you know, certainly for Yellow Shirt Days, anything like that, if y'all know you're coming during session, especially with a large group, and feel like you may need additional support while you're there, please let us know in advance so we can make those arrangements. I sit on the construction committee meetings, and so it's a very easy ask for me to just say, hey, we make sure that we have a yellow shirt day coming up, let's get some additional capital staff ready to receive y'all. So just let me know as soon as you can. So those pop up, can be relatively quickly. So during session, I'm just telling every public meeting I go to from now until session start, that's my spiel for that. So please let us know as soon as you can, so we can make those arrangements. We have the 2026 GACTA dates. The next one is Wednesday, February 25th. That's going to be the Senate AB room on the first floor of the Capitol. There's some additional information there. The statewide accessibility update. GOTA continues to work with Ricky David and other state agencies to make sure that we are compliant with all of our metrics. From my understanding, in speaking with the state ADA coordinator, as a state, we are doing very well to meet our deadlines. I don't believe there have been any major hiccups here or there, some minor things, so I don't want to overspeak, but I believe we're still on track to be fully compliant by April of this year with web accessibility standards that relate to the executive order from 2025. So legislative session update. The big dates, obviously, to know, Monday, March 9th is when they convene, and they will close on Monday, June 1st. We will, continue to work with all of our state agency partners, including the DD Council, to offer any assistance that we can during that process. In terms of Disability Awareness Day 2026, in this report I wrote a couple weeks ago, it says we have very early planning stages. We do have a date for that. It's going to be Monday, May 4th, and it's going to be an all-day event. It's going to be both at the Capitol and the State Museum. I do not have that in this report, but I will send out a full update via our newsletter, and also by the April meeting, we will have a full agenda that I can share with y'all that will be finalized and ready to go for both the panel discussion like we did last year and the day's events at the Capitol. The plan is to do the panel discussion and the welcomes in the morning, and then shift to the Capitol in the afternoon and meet with the legislators and have that whole process a little bit differently than we did last year's, where it was one after the other. We're gonna have a little bit more space in between just to make things run a little bit smoother. So like I said, with that, more information will come. And if y'all, as an agency, as an organization, want to participate, please let me know, because we can make sure to get y'all tables and table space as soon as possible, because that is hot commodity during session. So other than that, let me know. Reach out if y'all need anything. I think that's pretty much everything I have.
What's the scope of the construction?
So it depends. It is internal. They're doing floor by floor for the next several years. I believe, and it changes in terms of their schedule, but my understanding, it's primarily internal, and they're going floor by floor at the Capitol. Like right now, they're roughly in the they haven't gotten to floor 10 yet. So they're the first couple floors, and they're doing improvements on a needs-based, whatever they've planned out. And it's just through the next couple of years, they're gonna knock it out.
Any changes to make it more accommodating people with disabilities?
I cannot speak to that because I'm not the planner, but that's part of the reason why I sit on that committee, not necessarily to make changes to the construction plan. That's not really my role. My role is just to make sure that while the construction is happening, these considerations are made. I can't really speak to any plans or anything like that, because I'm not the architect. And I don't want to misspeak on that, to be quite honest.
Thank you. Now,
Eric?
the chair recognizes Eric.
The thing is, you just answered the question a little bit to me, and Mr. What you gonna right now was saying. Have y'all ever looked at that wheelchair ramp that y'all got, that big steep one that you can slide down by 20 feet? Have y'all thinking about that?
Which one?
It's on the side when you go to the state capitol, that big steep one that y'all have.
can pass them out, make a note of that,
Please
and
do,
I'll look into it for you, Eric.
please do.
Any other questions from council members? Is there any public comment? Okay, hearing none, the report requires no action and will be placed on file. The next item is the report of the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs. Ms. Sherry Crane is absent, but her report is the yellow, you can read at your leisure. We're gonna move on to the next, item of business, which is the report from, the LSU Human Development Center. The chair recognizes Constance for the report.
So I never know what color. Blue, green. That our report is on. And so I'm just gonna go through and highlight some things just related to some things that I've heard the council talking about. And if you have any questions about anything I don't highlight, I'll try to, I can. And so in our early childhood initiatives, they have been providing childcare services for over 200 infants and toddlers. 44 of those have disabilities, and then 18 of those are experiencing homelessness. When we look at our education, transition, and community initiatives area, I just wanted to highlight, last year, you all may remember the discussion about the change in testing requirements, and there was a new group of children who would no longer qualify to take Leap Connect. And so we are in a partnership, working on a partnership with LDOE to complete some training and coaching in order to support teachers with supporting those students who are making that transition from Leap Connect to regular Leap assessments. Within our paycheck program, they are working with 19 transition students, but they're supporting job coaching for 6 students in a work-based learning experience. In some of the places that they're actually being able to support these children, businesses are the Broad Theater, the Royal Sonesta in New Orleans, Louisiana's Children's Museum, and St. Bernard's government offices. And then as it relates to WIPA, which is the West South Central Work Incentives Planning, I don't know what the A is right now. But it's related to Social Security. So they have a total of 86 active caseloads of Social Security beneficiaries that they support. 39 of those were eligible for those services. They have 12 that are pending verification, 14 that they've engaged in those individualized services with, and then 15 that they've done intensive benefits planning with. So that's pretty much it for my update. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Constance, so much. Are there any questions from council members? The chair recognizes Eric.
Now you say that y'all deal with kids and trying to.
The what about the early childhood?
Yes. What is that based on, say about that?
So our early childhood project area, they have partnerships with Agenda for Children and different daycares in the New Orleans public school area. And so they go into the daycares and they provide coaching, they provide trainings for teachers, really to support inclusive practices and being able to support those teachers with supporting the children being able to remain in the centers. And they'll offer different trainings as well for family members that they can participate in as well. So it's kind of family as well as child.
That's with the child that's got a disability, or that's just
It's overall, but we do have a focus on disability. So in the update I was sharing, they have 44 that are enrolled in all the childcare centers that they support. 44 of them are identified as having a disability.
Thank you for because I couldn't appreciate it. Chair, if you don't mind me asking a question real quick.
Yes.
Does anyone on here deals with adults that have disability that they homeless? Like older people? Yes.
Office of Aging and Adult Services through.
Okay, I thought you were asking, okay, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were just throwing it out to the group. You said
No, no.
anyone in here.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we have some programming for adults with disabilities that are homeless.
So what do y'all do to basically get them started?
There's a process through, that we partner with the Louisiana Housing Corporation. We have a program called, Money Follows the Person. And Money Follows the Person kind of teams up with another program that we have called Permanent Supportive Housing. Each one of those programs address, adults with onset disabilities, with, individuals with adult onset disabilities, and provide housing related services. Not only housing, but through through permanent supportive housing, it would not be only housing and connecting those individuals with affordable rental properties, but also wraparound services for those individuals to help them remain housed, whether that be financial literacy, whether that be it's like an array of different services that is kind of individualized for the person to not only, again, find housing, but remain housed.
Okay, so, and I'm not gonna hold the board up, so if they don't have disability or nothing like that, do y'all have something in place? What would they have to do, like, to have something in place to?
Without a disability, I would look at.
No, I'm saying with a disability, but they don't have no income or nothing because they haven't got status in the system.
That's a part of the process as well. We would gather information and determine Medicaid eligibility as well.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted some clarification on the 200 infants and toddlers, and 18 of them are experiencing homelessness. So 18, how are these infants and toddlers? So I think that they are homeless, they don't have any.
Their families are,
But the families are.
yes.
Okay.
Are there any further questions from council members? Is there any public comment? Okay, hearing none, the report requires no action and will be placed on file. The next item of business is a report from Louisiana Rehabilitation Services. The chair recognizes Mr. Bam for the report.
Everybody, my report is on this bright pink paper. So I'll start with budget, and performance. So, I have a lot of numbers in the report, but the bottom line is our expenditures or our payments are increasing, which means that we're providing more services to individuals and our applications are up from this time last year. So, we're doing a great job in terms of increasing, the number of participants that we're serving. In terms of our federal budget, there is, they have not approved a final federal budget, but Louisiana is set at this point to receive approximately $73.5 million in vocational rehabilitation. Last year, we kept about 71 or 72 million of that. So we're waiting to see what our federal allocation will be this year, and hopefully with the additional state general funds that we've been receiving, we'll continue to be able to increase the amount that we're able to pull down from the federal government. And we also receive a $300,000 grant specifically for supported employment. In terms of performance, we given our staffing situation and our budget situation, was very proud of our staff in terms of our performance. In terms of the whole country, we were in the first or the second quartile for all of our performance indicators. We also were able to resolve both of our federal corrective action plans, so we're no longer on any federal corrective action plan. The last one that we resolved was for timeliness. So you're required to determine eligibility within 60 days, write a plan within 90 days, and you have to be at 90% to be considered compliant. And we had fell below that, but for the first quarter, because that's the data that we have at this point, we were at 94.4% for eligibility and 95.9% for eligibility. For plan writing plans. So we're very excited that we are no longer on any federal corrective action plan. In terms of Sarah, I've talked about Sarah, in several of our meetings. It's our, communication software that we've been trying to procure. And we have gone through the whole procurement process, and so now we're in the implementation phase. And so we're very excited about this communication software, which will allow our staff to be able to better communicate with our participants and send out messages and reminders and get documents signed, and it'll just be able to do a whole bunch of things for us. And hopefully reduce the administrative burden for some of our rehabilitation counselors, because this software also puts all the communications directly into the case management system. So we don't have to manually go put in those things into the case management system. We are in a state plan modification year. So our state plan, which is, your state plan is basically how you request funds from the federal government. Where it's a 4-year cycle, but every 2 years we have to do an update. And so this year we are doing an update, and that they just actually this week have extended the date for that to April the 30th. But basically, Louisiana Works has to complete their updates, and then it will go out for public comment. And so we will definitely notify everyone when that plan is up for public comment. In terms of pre-employment transition services, the major update I wanted to give on that, we do have our pre-employment transition services staffing contract in the Shreveport area with Easter Seal. That one's up and running. We've hired 3 rehabilitation counselors who are responsible for all of the coordination activities for pre-ets in the Shreveport area. We also have contracted with Families Helping Families of Greater New Orleans for the New Orleans area, or the New Orleans region for us, which is Region 1. They are still in the hiring process, but we've gotten through the contracting process, and now we're at the hiring process for that. And we're currently trying to look for a contractor for our Baton Rouge area. So those are my major updates, but I'm happy to take any questions or talk about it.
Thank you, Melissa. Are there any questions from council members on the report? Any public comment?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just have a question. I see that for LRC, the council, the meeting was, I think, last week on January 22nd. Do you know when the next meeting is gonna be?
I can find out for you.
Okay.
This meeting used to be after the LRC.
I know.
And so when we do this report, that's the next meeting.
Right.
So, yeah. But
Yeah, I was just curious, and I figured this was sent before that meeting happened, so.
our meetings fall the same, like, so it's the Thursday before this meeting.
Okay,
Yeah, so, yeah.
gotcha, okay, perfect.
Chair recognizes.
Thank you. I just wonder, I saw you have a independent living program. I just wonder what it is.
The independent living program, so that is a program that we actually sub-grant to the independent living centers throughout the state, but they provide referral resources, things like that to keep people in their homes.
So they just take a provider reference, they not provide, they just provide a reference information.
For the most part, but they do provide some instruction and things like that. Now, we have 2 independent living programs. The other program is Older Blind. It's for individuals who over the age of 55 and who have experienced blindness. That particular independent living program, we actually provide assistive technology through that program. So if someone needs assistive technology to stay in their home, they receive it there.
Chair recognizes them.
Just to piggyback, Melissa, the next meeting is April 23rd. So April 23rd is the next LRC meeting.
Thank you, Rena.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Hearing none, the report requires no action and will be placed on file. The next item of business is a report of the Office of Public Health. The chair recognizes Dr. Patty Beravecchio for the report.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. So the Bureau of Family Health sits within the Office of Public Health, and we administer the state's Title V program, which is a state and federal partnership. These funds are designed to ensure the welfare and health of mothers, infants, children, and youth with special health care needs. Our OPH report outlines many of the programs that support children and youth with special health care needs in our state. And in areas of the state where we have subspecialty, where subspecialty services are needed, we still have some children's special health services, pediatric subspecialty clinics. If you want to scroll down, I'm not going to hit every point because we do a lot of programming. We do offer a transportation stipend for families. So these have to be eligible families, so they have to apply through Medicaid eligible families who've already applied through Medicaid. And for whatever reason that transportation support is not adequate to meet the needs. And they can apply for Children's Special Health Services transportation stipend. We also have a family resource center that supports children and youth with special health care needs and their families. They work in collaboration with our Birth Defects Monitoring Network, which is our birth defects surveillance for the state. And we do outreach to every family that has a child that was identified through surveillance with a birth defects or extreme prematurity, even though they may not have a birth defect. So this is a really proactive way to reach families when they need linkage to these services and supports during that early developmental period. We also work with families, helping families to build provider capacity, to support families in the community. They work in tandem with our Family Resource Center. They're kind of our mainstay referral for families to get that peer support and that resource and referral service at the community level. We also we administer the state's newborn hearing screening program, as well as genetic screening and so we touch almost every newborn in the state. If you want to keep going. There is a Louisiana Hands and Voices that's a peer support group for families that have a child who's deaf or hard of hearing. So if you're interested in that, you can reach out to that contact. And then keep going. All right, talked about, so you can see the statistics for children identified through birth defect surveillance. So they do a lot of work so we can proactively address these trends that we see through surveillance. Keep going. We do administer the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf, and you can see where if you need a ALS translator, there's information there to contact and access that resource. We do home visiting, and these are for eligible families. We have a Parents as Teachers program, as well as Nurse Family Partnership. And if you want more information about that, really good programs to support families during that early development period. We can go on, and I think kind of last but not least, we have the provider to provider consultation line, which is a support for healthcare providers, especially those in primary care who are facing or are dealing with behavioral health and mental health issues. It is a support line to where providers can contact the PPCL group, and they will talk immediately to a licensed clinical social worker. And if they need further assistance with a diagnosis or medication management, they can be connected to a psychiatrist. And this is for pediatric and perinatal populations. And then I think probably the last part of it is our block grant, Title V, that kind of explains their kind of like the over team that keeps all of these programs in compliance and reporting and keeps our work plans up to date. So that is a little bit about what the Title V block grant is. And then last but not least, I think, is the Project SOAR, which is Screen Often and Accurately Refer. That has been a grant administered by the Bureau to improve the well child visit screenings in the state. And we've partnered with healthcare providers as well as families to strengthen the system of services that includes screening and timely referral when risk is identified through those services. So if there's any questions, all the details to what I just quickly overviewed should be in that report.
Thank you, Dr. Patty. Are there questions from council members on the report? Any public comment? Okay, hearing none, the report requires no action and will be placed on file. The next item of business is the report from the Office of Citizens with Developmental Disabilities. The chair recognizes Bernard Brown for the report.
All right, so we'll jump right in. I'll start with a couple of things that unfortunately are not on the agenda. Sorry about that. But they are hot topics. The first is just to give you guys an update about the OCDD summit that happened last Tuesday. It felt like forever ago, but last Tuesday. Just some background on attendance. We had over 300 people in attendance when we include vendors and advocates and provider associations, about 300. We actually had the virtual stream and we had about 1,000 people all in all tuning into the live stream. At one particular time, I think we averaged 500 at the same time. So I would venture to say that there was a pretty good success for our first time out. There was a survey that was attached that we asked everyone to complete. There was a QR code for it. We asked if you still have the agenda or if you can access the agenda from offline, please complete the survey because we're looking on ways to improve it or maybe modify how we do it next year because the intent is to have it again. So just wanted to give that a little plug. The other thing is, that's not on here, that's a big deal. There's legislation that's going to be proposed out of the department for a name change to OCDD. We're looking for stakeholder engagement on that. The way we're going to roll that out right now is we were soliciting options for names. And once we get a couple of names, we'll put out a survey where everyone in the community can vote on the name change or the suggested name and option for the department. If you have any suggestions, my team is going to kill me, but if you have any suggestions for name changes, please shoot that to ocddinfo@la.gov. We'll collect those and mull them around and talk to some of our stakeholder groups to see if we can include those into the vote. Couple of caveats. One, it has to start with the office. The office of this, the office of that. Just from a naming convention standpoint, we have to have that as part of the department. And also just be mindful of how we develop the acronyms. Because one, we don't want to have a 6-letter acronym because OCDD is a lot, but I would hate to have OCAFBGLRGSH. So let's just be mindful of that. And then other than that, I'm excited to see what we get. I'm excited to see what people vote. And I'm just excited to see what we land on. Next, now to the agenda. Sorry, y'all. So just wanted to give a couple of updates. Our value-based payment initiative that was associated with the American Rescue Plan Act dollars has been underway. Just want to give you all a quick update. We've paid out $600,000 to support coordination agencies to help build out person-centered planning. We're slated to pay out another $5.5 million to providers on value-based incentives around retention, staff retention, and as well as technology improvements into the the provision of services. So those, if I could put that in layman terms, basically, we're looking at incentivizing providers who can keep their staff, whatever they're doing it well enough to keep their staff for a identified period of time. And then we're also looking for providers who are innovating, right? Not necessarily innovating from the standpoint of having cool things that the waiver recipients can use, but incorporating technology into how they operate their services to make it easier for them to document or for them to actually provide services to the people that support the waiver. So those two are out. We actually have another couple that are about to roll out. One of those is a support coordination survey. So it's an engagement survey that we're gonna be convening our advocacy group to develop. The way we're gonna roll that one out is that each waiver recipient we'll ask them to complete this survey just to kind of give an overall performance evaluation on the support coordination agency. And depending on those results, we will make incentive payouts. All of this is on the website. If you want to fine-tune details of how the incentives work, they've been on there for about the last year, but we're finally getting to like implement them. So we're excited about that. Another big thing that's near and dear to me is oversight. So we are increasing our oversight of providers in terms of compliance with our policies and manuals and regs. I know you guys have heard me talk about this before with the legislative auditor and LDH being deemed for inadequate control over the waiver. We're concerned that if we continue to get these type findings, we're jeopardizing our ability to provide waiver services, right? So what we're doing in OCDD is we're actually going out to provider agencies and evaluating and we're monitoring them to assure that they're following OCDD and federal guidelines in terms of documentation and other things. Give you a quick update. We've done almost 300 providers. Only a little bit of half of those providers have been compliant. And what we're reviewing on, just to give you insight into how simple the review is right now, we're just seeing if they have adequate progress notes. And only half of our providers have been in compliance in terms of having the appropriate type of progress note. Not even quality related, just having it. It's just absence presence. Do you have the progress note or not? Does the progress note match with the hours of services that were provided? And a little more than half to this point have been in compliance. So for this year, we've been doing a lot of training with the providers. So our goal is to get that compliance rate up to 75%. And we'll keep you guys updated on the progress throughout the year on that. Sun screenings, we're catching up. From the time you request a sun, takes about 2 weeks to get that scheduled now, a little less on the initials. We've actually done last quarter, we talked about this again, we've done 2,800, well, for last year, we've done 2,800 initial screenings. So what that means is 2,800 individuals new to the PD services, meaning either they just got a statement of approval or they just become in need of waiver services. We've screened 2,800 of those. We screened 4,000 people in total in 2025. So that's major work from this small section of people that's run from a state office. It's about 11 people that do this work. And as you know, this is what we agreed on when we looked at the wait list. So 4,000 people in a year is nothing to call that. So we're looking to build that out, continue to provide opportunities for efficiencies in the hopes of being able to shorten that 2-week window to where we can have that, to not just having a screening schedule, but actually have that screening completed in 2 weeks. So that's my long-term goal, but we're not there yet, but we're getting them scheduled faster than we used to. I'll bounce around. The Independence Through Technology is here. You can read it. I'm not ready to talk about it yet in detail, but we are going to be rolling out some regional tech hubs. Those will be pretty cool. We probably won't be ready to stand those up until next DD Council, so I'll have a ton more information on what those will look like, what they will entail, and kind of what we're looking for as far as outcomes. Early Steps is going through a lot of restructuring. I just got off the call with the federal government and got the results of our monitoring that took place last December. Wasn't great. as a result, we're gonna have a lot of policy changes that are required from the feds in 2026. So I will definitely keep everybody on this council in the loop on what those changes are. Some have already been implemented. Some will require requests for proposals, so those may be a little stretched out, but needless to say, we have a lot of work to do around our early intervention program in terms of federal compliance. All right, so this is something that we need to talk about. So behavioral and medical intervention, that's our resource center. These are crisis diversion things. I skipped to the next page, y'all, sorry. So this is the work that OCD does to keep people that are in crisis from having to be institutionalized because of that crisis. We're not always successful, but if you look at the numbers, we're pretty close to being almost successful. For if you look, of the people we touched, 95% of them were able to remain in the community. So we were able to catch those folks in time to intervene, provide the additional, the needed resources to keep them be able to live in the community. And 98% of those 95% of people were satisfied with what they got. We had 1,700 nursing consults. Hopefully that'll go down, but I got an update about nurse consult. I left that out, sorry. But anyway, this just gives a breakdown of the work that the Resource Center does. They actually conduct this work not just for waiver recipients, it's for anyone with a developmental disability. So if you know someone who may not receive services that may be in a crisis situation, either behavioral health or mental health crisis, or even a medical crisis, please have them reach out to the regional LGEs and they can connect you with a Resource Center professional to help out there. Count-on waiver recipients, we're continuing to add more people. If you look, we're at 14,500 people. That's phenomenal considering in 2018, we had about 9,000 people on the waiver. So in the last, 7 years, we've added 5,000 people to the waiver rolls. So that's fantastic. And that's an account to the work you guys do to get us the necessary resources to eliminate the wait list. The next pie chart has a breakout of where everybody is. As you see, those residential option or the row numbers, they're increasing, as well as the children's choice numbers continue to increase. It shows that our most appropriate waiver policies and processes of work. Annual expenditures, a big deal, especially coming up with session and with, you know, some of the legislative agenda with DD Council around wage increase or rate increase. We finished this fiscal year 25 at $691 million. That's just an OCD, just for waiver services. I did some analytics on the back end that's not in this document. Good news is that the most appropriate waiver, tier waiver, is working. If you look at the last 5 years, that's about a 21% increase, which sounds crazy, but the chunk of that is tied to the rate increases that we've implemented in that same time period. But when you back out the rate increases and you look at just increasing units of services, we're only seeing about a 3% increase. So we're able to add those people that we talked about and actually make sure they get the most appropriate services from the most appropriate waiver. So in my mind, that looks like sustainability considering we eliminated the waivers. A lot of talking, and I'm gonna stop because we got sun stuff on the bag. We talked about the sun. I kind of gave an insight into the sun, and we talked about how many screenings we've done. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm turning the wrong pages, y'all. So that is it. I'm sorry, so that's it. Early steps we talked about. That's the report in a nutshell. Sure, there's a ton of questions. So, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Bernard. Are there any questions from council members on the report?
All right, about to land up plane.
The chair recognizes Aaron Tyson.
And I spin around in my wheelchair, but I got questions. They say, what is y'all doing for these companies that y'all say y'all putting up the funds out for these companies to do what they need to do? How are y'all holding the companies for pushing it out where it is, you know?
Which talking about the value-based payment stuff?
Yeah.
So folks in the room now, remember, we developed these incentives with the help of y'all. Like, these were the things y'all identified as value. About 2 years ago, we had about 8 months where we took various stakeholder groups and we discussed what incentive we want to put in place for providers to meet those measures. So everything that you see that we're paying out was developed by the community.
Okay. When we get to the providers, and then the providers tell us, we can't do this and we can't do that and we ain't got this and we can't do this because OCD waiver says this and that. Where we go?
Come to OCD, come to the LGE, the local governing entity. The rules and the policy are available for everybody. It's not hidden, it's on the website, it's in the Louisiana Administrative Code. Everything you need to know about waiver is available to you as well. So basically, I'm saying in the most polite way, part of being a strong advocate, right, is being able to find this information and understand this information for yourself, right? So it's there for you to use and go get. And if you got questions, you can call me, you can call Ebony and Brent. They know it as well. So I'm just saying, you gotta build it up.
Nobody wants to get slapped on the hand.
What you mean?
Cause if I ask you this, if I go ask another person, no, it's this way. So where's the OCD waiver book?
It's on the LDH website. It's actually under the Medicaid section, right? The provider manual is there, lay it out. You can go get the waiver. If you want to get down in the weeds, you can actually go get the waiver application.
I need the dirt. I need to go to bed.
You got, I don't know, it's a lot of reading, man. Exactly. It's a lot of reading. But to your point though, at a basic level, the information is available for you. Like at a really generic, at a high level, there are fact sheets that are available right now that I would encourage everyone to read and become familiar with.
Okay, no question. That's what I'm not gonna hold y'all, cause I'm sleepy.
Fool me.
And I woke up. How can we get somebody that need emergency service ASAP down in the dirt to get service?
For what? For what? And then what are you talking about? So
say if they need it ASAP, like if they need service and we go through a company and we go here and we go there, how can we get it?
Start with your LGE. That's if you live in Baton Rouge, that's capital area. They're Act $378. We just said on that meeting yesterday. Part of the reason that those dollars are there are for those emergent situations where unfortunately we're state agencies, there's processes and it takes time. When there's emergent issues, that's kind of what the intent of that money was for in part. So if you need something quick for a short term, you go to the LGE and you access that.
Okay, and I'm gonna rock a little bit and I'm gonna give it to you.
I think I got a list of people, Eric, man. I'm not cutting you off.
Go ahead. Where your card at?
That's a great one. You got it? I don't have any.
Title changes, you're getting a new,
I gotta get new cards.
got a new title, got a new card.
Oh, that's cute.
Eric, I'll give you my card, you can call me and I'll.
That's your card, but I'm leaving you alone. You got other people. Go ahead.
Ooh, thank you.
Come on, man.
Eric, you got me sweating.
Like Eric Hazen.
I know.
Well, I'm gonna be right behind you. So if somebody needs emergency services, and those emergency services aren't adequate to the person's needs, and the person has no natural support, what are they supposed to do? And don't say contact, capital area resource services.
Give me an example of what inadequate is.
Okay, so if a person does not have natural supports, that the person is by themselves and say, oh, well, you only qualify for 32 hours a week.
Okay.
What the heck is that person supposed to do if they can't even get out of the bed?
Right. And they don't have waiver services and they have just Medicaid.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, usually say 32 hours, you got long-term personal care.
Right.
So first thing you would do, and you're not gonna like this, you gotta go to the LGE. So if there's a, because you have to get on the waiver, right? So you have to get screened, you have to do that. But those Act $378 will fill that gap until you get the waiver services you need to cover the other, what's that? 60-something hours potentially a week to cover 24/7 if that's what's needed. That's what that money is there for, in part.
I understand that, but we don't have, it's time.
Right.
We don't have time.
And that's why it's there. This is all state general fund. And the reason it's all state general fund is because it's able to be plugged in the moment's instance. Like on our end, we have several steps that take months, and everybody here knows it takes a long time. And it's not just the state that's driving that, it's the federal government. Like that part and what we have to do takes time. That's the reason why those Act $378 are there. That's exactly why they're there, for those instances. And from what I understand and what y'all see on the report, well, y'all should all know this. There's state law that requires that they have to use that money in the year by the end of the year. And that's what we monitor every quarter in PD Council for folks that make sure that they get it. So it shouldn't happen that often, but I understand it does, but that's the resource.
Okay, so my next question is, what do y'all consider emergency?
It's outlined in the policy for flexible family funded IFS. They have several priorities. The policy is there, and the priorities are based on the immediacy of the need. So how fast you need it determines what priority is, and it's already in policy. And those LGEs do it with their eyes closed. I'm not saying they do it well, but they do it with their eyes closed, and they know how to implement those funds where they're needed.
Because I feel like that the emergency isn't separated from the non-emergency. Does that make any sense?
I'm saying.
So that needs to be, somebody needs to fix that. And yesterday.
Yeah, there's priorities that are in policy that they're supposed to follow. I don't know if you were here yesterday.
I was.
We were having a conversation with Elena about these funds, and there's some LGEs that hold money back, well, some, to later in the year to make sure they can cover emergencies. So it's structured like that, and this is part of the reason why. So, I'm not saying it's perfect, it's a perfect process, but it is the process in place for those instances.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Neil.
And Bernard, just to, when someone calls you, you get rated, I think, 1 to 5, correct? And then that based on the intake is what your immediate need is. So like if Aiden were to call, say he's a level 4, that's, I don't know exactly what that is, but like that would be how you would determine how quickly he got those funds. So really, again, it's, and to hammer this home because it's, we all deal with the same thing. You have to call the intake number first and get us an idea of where you are, what level you are, and then we can provide aid to you. And that's the biggest thing is that as state agencies, I think all of us here that are state agencies, like, we hate to say go through the process, but you have to go through the process because it gives us an idea of how to best help you. Like without understanding what level someone like Aiden's at, we can't then properly administer the need that, that he requires. So I think that's worth mentioning. I just wanted to throw that out there. Like that's the process that it works. Like when you say what's emergent, what's non-emergent, it's based on the grade that you get when you call OCDD. And then they say you're 1 through, 1 through 5, that's, and again, their system's different than everything else, but that's how they determine what is emergent. Just to kind of answer your question, because I've been where you are, right? I understand where you're coming from, but I also understand where Bernard's coming from. So I wanted to kind of help bridge that gap, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Chair, you recognize Dr. Maida.
Yeah, I think I understand the issue, but so is there a supply and demand issue there? Like they have more demands. We don't have, you guys don't have enough money for the emergencies, or do you guys always have money left and, try to kind of spend it, because the fiscal year is coming to an end?
Well, the money is managed by the LGEs. We set the policy, like what Leo was talking about. We set the policy by which those funds are dispersed. But how the money is managed is a region by region type thing. And to answer your question, it's not a need versus, it's not a demand versus what's available. It's more or less managing that money appropriately to ensure if there's someone that's true, not I won't say truly, but that's in crisis, that they can respond, right? So it's just like budget and money, right? I gotta make sure I have money to catch those type instances that Aiden's talking about. Where it's like, there's some regions that may have $10,000 left in this May. Fiscal year's ending in 2 months, they only got 10,000, and there's a person that needs 24-hour around-the-clock supports. That's gonna cost way more than 10,000 just in 1 month. So they only can fund a month, and then there's no more resources, right? So it's like, hopefully we can get that person in the waiver in a month, so they can stay in the community. Otherwise, unfortunately, if we can, that person will have to go into an institution until we can work out the details.
So if one regions have more money and money left, do you guys have the power to switch that money to another region that need it? No.
Not that I'm aware of.
Or do you guys give a region like Southeast Louisiana more money than other regions, or how is that money?
It depends on population.
Okay.
Yeah, she got region 10 and region 1, that's metropolitan area. Oh, that's the wrap it up beat. That's the wrap it up. It's not me.
3 minutes here.
I'm Judge Bennett.
Chair recognizes.
I just one more question. I know OCDD play a very important role actually for support the home-based disabilities. I just wonder, you also take care of the institution, right? Just we like to talk about institutional care. So usually the funding from support institutional is it the same funding as, I mean, like a waiver program or the Medicaid or?
So when you're talking about ICFs, those are managed by the federal Title 19, so it's not OCDD per se. In that ICFs is a state plan service. So technically it falls under Medicaid. We have programmatic oversight over DD folks. So people with statement of approvals. So this is a weird analogy, and Brian, shoot me if I missed the mark on this. Like OCDD is responsible for the person, right? The federal regs, which is Title 19, is responsible for how ICFs operate. Does that make sense?
Yeah. How they get paid.
And how they get paid, yes. So we can make recommendations in terms of how an ICF provides active treatment, but we can't, as it's written now, like mandate anything to happen a specific in an ICF. Does that make sense?
Right, if so, who management, I mean, still OCDD management, I say,
Well, no, actually, the providers are managed through health standards, the licensing body, and they assure compliance with all of the federal and state regulations to operate ICFs. If there's quality related issues, the complaint process is still tied to, again, health standards. And the way they review it, from my understanding, is they're looking at if there's a violation of the federal regs or state rules. If there's a question on how the overall treatment is from a programmatic standpoint, those usually come to OCDD. But we only make recommendations if there's a programmatic issue, meaning like if there's day services provided in an ICF, assuring that those comply with like settings rules or some other programmatic concept, we're responsible for that in terms of ensuring that they are aware. Can we enforce it per se? Not the way the rules are set up now. Does that make sense? Makes sense.
Any further questions from council members? Any public comment? Hearing none, the report requires no action and will be placed. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I just had someone raise
Okay.
my hand right after I said
Go.
now. Melinda Elliott.
The chair recognizes Melinda Elliott.
Hey, how are you? Good afternoon. Maybe I misunderstood. I misunderstand things all the time. I understood in the committee meeting yesterday that there might be some discussion about the full council requesting the rate study. We had a significant amount of time in the committee meeting yesterday where we discussed it, and maybe I misunderstood. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm still advocating for that rate study.
Oh, that's directed to me?
Yes.
That's directed to everybody.
Okay. So what Melinda's asking about is the rate study, and you're right, Melinda, we didn't touch on that yet. I know there's a growing tension with the fact that the rate study hasn't come out yet. I'm advocating every day internally to get that rate study published. Just like I told the smaller group yesterday, there's nothing in the rate study that is of concern to me, or there's nothing in terms of massaging or anything suspect going on with it. It's literally just an approval delay. And I hate to make it sound that simplistic, but in terms of like any issues with the report, there aren't any. It's literally just trying to package it to get it out the door timely. So I know that's frustrating, but I know I promised it to y'all, but just know that the delay has nothing to do with the report itself. I don't know if that helps words, but I'm just being honest.
It is what it is.
Okay, the chair recognizes Ebony.
Melinda, I will also say that the committee did discuss inviting the LDH secretary to the next meeting if the rate study has not been released by the April meeting. Now, they didn't make a motion for that, but I think it's understood from the conversation yesterday that they will want staff to reach out to the LDH secretary to request him to personally come to the DD council meeting.
So I always think I know nothing about nothing yet, Ebony, especially now that I'm in my 60s. I know less than I ever did before, right? But isn't April too late?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not shooting for April, Melinda. That's not what I'm promising you all. I'm trying to get it out today, tomorrow. Every day I'm pushing to get it out. Like, it's ready to go. So I can't promise you a date because I don't want to promise another date. But what I can promise you is that every day I'm reaching out asking for an update. Every day. Like, I just text before we came back from lunch asking if there was an update. So I'm pushing to get it out. I just can't give you a date.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. And thank you, Bernard. Any other public comments? Hearing none, the report requires no action and will be placed on file. Okay, guys, we are 5 minutes away from a break. Would you guys like to take the break or would you like to just push through? Anybody? Push through? All right. We're gonna push through. Okay, the next item of business is a report from the Office of Aging and Adult Services. The chair recognizes Gary Williams to present the report.
Good afternoon, everyone. Office of Aging and Adult Services is, this peach, what color this is. Report. All right, as usual, format of the claim, we list our current recipients of both of our waiver program as well as our state plan services. To the right at the top, the waiver registry, we continue to experience a wait list with our community choices waiver. I'll touch on that a little bit more on some things we're working on to address the wait list surrounding the community choices waiver. I'll skip down to adult protective services. In previous meetings, I made mention that we did a public awareness campaign surrounding adult protective services that included social media campaign. It included billboards as well as printed material. surrounding, or getting information out to the general public as to what Adult Protective Services does and what abuse, neglect, and exploitation looks like. Now we move to the second phase of that plan, which is what we call LEAP, LEEP, Law Enforcement Engagement Plan. We're going around the state. Our supervisors within Adult Protective Services are meeting with local law enforcement as well as sheriff's offices across the state. We're in hopes that this will do two things. One, it will inform local law enforcement and those sheriff's offices of what we do, who we are, how we do it, who they can reach out to when they see or are concerned about instances of abuse, neglect, exploitation. And then the second piece to that, it gives our staff a comfort level because they've expressed concern. You know, you go into certain areas within these communities, you go into certain households within these communities, there's a safety concern for staff. So also the second part is that by staff conducting these trainings and having these face-to-face visits with law enforcement, it gives them ability to have some kind of comfort level. If they're going into an area that they're not comfortable in, they can reach out to those law enforcement entities to seek out accompaniment to certain homes or certain neighborhoods. So again, hoping to address that issue twofold. The bottom of the report, of course, outlines the number of cases that are accepted or ultimately accepted by Adult Protective Services. And as usual, we give the breakdown of the population that we're serving by demographic and by region. When we go to the last page of the report, I'm going to start with the second bullet, third bullet or third paragraph. We have mentioned before with our adult health care centers across the state that we used the American Rescue Plan Act dollars to conduct trainings and technical assistance for adult day health care. Since those ARPA dollars were extended, we are going to leave the training available through June of 2026. Also, in 2024, we began the training for or launched a pilot for direct service workers where they could access a portal for trainings. Again, that was done through the ARPA funding. So again, since it was extended, we're extending that through December of 2026. I'll go down to the launch of the awareness campaign for both PACE and ADHC centers. Again, since the ARPA dollars were extended, we're going to do some advertising, kind of following in the same vein that we did with Adult Protective Services. We're in hopes of doing some printed material, some social media, as well as possibly some billboards surrounding PACE and ADHC. We're hoping that that will assist us with reducing the wait list for the Community Choices waiver. We ultimately find that some of those individuals that are on the wait list for a Community Choices waiver can be better served quicker by accessing services through an adult day healthcare center or a PACE center. So we're going to move forward with marketing or advertising campaigns surrounding both of those. Also, toward the end of 2025, we announced a RFI, request for information, related to opening an additional PACE center. Our PACE centers, we only have 4 across the state right now: New Orleans, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, and most recently, toward the end of 2024, we opened a PACE center in Alexandria. Again, PACE is a program for all inclusive care of the elderly. So PACE Alexandria is our most recent center. We continue to see growth in that location. But we announced the request for information because we're looking to open a PACE center in North Louisiana. We're looking at the Shreveport area to open a PACE center. We've received 5 respondents to that request for information, and we're going through those for reviewing and going to make a recommendation to the secretary for a company that will be selected to open a PACE center in the Shreveport area. In 2026, we're going to be moving forward also with an RFI. It is out there now. It hit the streets already. A request for information related to our support coordination agencies. And again, it's just as outlined. It's a request for information. We know that some of the support coordination agency have expressed concerns, have expressed ideas about changes that they would like to see. Direct service workers have expressed concerns and made recommendations of things that they want to see when it comes to support coordination, all the way down to the participant has expressed concern and made recommendation what they want to see. So this is going out, this request for information went out to all stakeholders, support coordination, providers, as well as participants for feedback related to support coordination. And we're taking any and all suggestions as it relates to how do we improve support coordination? What does that look like? And that was a joint effort between Office of Aging and Adult Services, as well as Bernard's team with the Office of Citizens with Developmental Disabilities. During the previous legislative session, 2025 legislative session, there was a line item added to the budget for payment to support coordination agencies. They were not receiving payment for the work that they do between being linked to a direct service worker between being linked to a support coordination agency and actually being linked with a direct service worker for services to begin. So now we're going to begin paying the support coordination agency for that work that they do between linkage and certification. We are, again, in the vein of the Community Choices waiver. We've contracted with a company called HCBS Strategies, Home and Community-Based Strategies, Home and Community-Based Service Strategies, to help us in identifying ways to address the wait list. We want to prioritize the wait list. Right now, the Community Choices waiver is first come, first served. And we feel that we would be doing the citizens at large a better or doing more justice by reprioritizing or changing the way we prioritize the wait list and doing it based upon need and acuity rather than just first come, first served. We are also looking at our Community Options Waiver Fund, the COW Fund, we call it. That's related to all things home and community-based services. We're looking at ways we can really develop a continuum of care, what services best fit the individual. Some will get, as I mentioned before, some folks on the Community Choices waiver can be better served by other programs, whether that's long-term personal care services, PACE, or ADHC. And then as far as our budget, we don't have any projected cuts within the Office of Aging and Adult Services at this point. We did request some additional positions, some additional TO. That did not make it into the budget. As of now, it is out of the budget. But who knows? The budget process, as we all know, is a long process. So we'll continue to advocate and try to get some additional TO added at some point during the process, but that was one of the budget. But again, no projected cuts to the budget. It's pretty much a standstill budget at this point. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any questions from council members regarding the report? Any public comment? Okay, hearing the chair recognizes Ms. Karen.
I guess a look is the case numbers. Allegations investigating this in the form. So it looks like you think a caregiver neglect is a total 32%. I did try to understand the number. Oh, it's just belong to the total cases.
Right.
There's a 32.
Yeah, and then we have some that are referred to us, but they never become an accepted case. Some of them are preliminarily received by the agency as a case of abuse, neglect, or exploitation. But once we have an adult protective services worker look at it, some cases do not lead to an actual case. So some of them are calls that are suspicions of neglect, abuse, exploitation, but once we review it, it doesn't rise to the level of abuse, neglect, or exploitation. So it doesn't go into that percentage.
Okay, so do you have the number just belong to the total, belong to the, all the cases, or all the cases include the no problem?
Yes,
I mean, it's just, do you have the number for the all, like a reported, neglect or abuse cases? The number percentage to the whole, whole people, I mean, the old people, older people.
yeah, no, when we say, we got elderly protective services is not within the Office of Aging and Adult Services. We have adult protective services, which is 18 to 59. Any cases 59 and over are with the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs with elderly protective services. I don't know if I'm answering the question.
Oh, I just try to get that number of the who have a reported abuse or neglected cases compared to the whole whole population. I mean, all the people you take care.
It's hard to
You have
say.
roughly number.
The number of that are substantiated versus those that are just.
Yeah, versus untethered body.
Yeah, it's really hard. It kind of, the chart really outlines it. It really does vary with those that are substantiated versus those that are received and do not rise to the level of being investigated as an actual case. But the ones that are, the percentages here are accurate, which ones that are substantiated. You have the substantiated allegations and those that are percentage of substantiated.
Yeah, because divided into different category. I mean, the total number compared to the older people you care. What's that roughly?
No, we don't break them down that way. If these are all 18 to 59, considered adult. If they're an adult and they're 18 years old, we don't break it there. We don't break it down a difference between if you're 18 to 30 and it's substantiated versus 30 to 59 and it's substantiated. It all falls into adult protective services. So it's still in that calculation.
Right. I mean, compare all the people you take care, you have, not have to be all the population, just the population in your care, in your cases.
Oh, no, I don't have that breakdown. That's a good question. I see what you're saying there. Those that are actually on a waiver versus those that are not in a waiver or not on one of our state plan services versus those that are just in the community that get called in. No, I don't have that breakdown. That's a good question. I'll find out about that. I see what you're saying now. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any further comments? Okay, hearing none, the report requires no action and will be placed on file. The next item of business is a report from the Bureau of Health Services Financing. Medicaid, the chair recognizes Brian for that report.
Good afternoon, everybody. My report's on the blue paper. And I apologize, some of the things I'm gonna give updates on today, I did not include in the report. I'm going to try to reformat this a little bit going forward. I've been playing with the content of the report because I really want to try to focus on things that are new. So one of the things I'm going to start including going forward is we have rulemaking in Medicaid. And that kind of gives a good barometer of the major changes that are happening to the Medicaid program because we have to file rulemaking every time we make a major change. But one of the things going on, we want to highlight major rules that we have every quarter or any in particular that impact home and community-based services. So first, I'm going to highlight 3 rules that were published recently. One is doula services are now covered by Medicaid. Act 228 of the 2025 legislative session required us to create coverage for dual services in Louisiana for Medicaid beneficiaries. So, what a doula is, it's basically an individual that's trained to provide supports to moms before they give birth and after they give birth. They're not really providing medical services, it's just supports and education during that pre and post-birth time for the mom. So that's a new service that will be available Medicaid. Another rule that we recently published, targeted case management, ventilator care coordination. This is not really a new service. We just published the rule to move the service. It was previously something that we contracted with. So we worked over the last almost a year to move this service out of a contract and into Medicaid state plans. It would be a formal Medicaid service that we could claim Medicaid service funding or match funding on. And basically what this does, it provides specialized case management and care coordination for children and youth that are ventilator dependent. And the third one, we will soon be having some changes to our enrollment process. Not really the enrollment process, but how people on Medicaid can switch their MCOs or their dental plans. So historically, what we've done is we've had an open enrollment period. So once a year around October, letters go out, and that's the opportunity. If you want to change your MCO or your dental plan, that would be the opportunity that you would have for that year. What we are doing going forward is we're changing it so that we're eliminating the open enrollment period so that Medicaid, individuals enrolled in Medicaid, they can switch plans anytime, at any point in the year without cause. They can do that up to 2 times per calendar year. So this really provides a little bit more flexibility. They don't have to wait until that open enrollment period in October. So that's a big change. If you have an MCO or you have a dental plan and you want to change going forward, you can do that at any time. You don't have to wait for that open enrollment period in the fall. Next, I want to talk about one thing that we're going to be working on really heavily over the next probably few years. We're getting ready to re-procure or establish new contracts for 2 of our big systems that support home and community-based services and waivers. One is our HCBS data management contractor. This is the contractor that issues all of the prior authorizations for our waiver services. They have our case management, our support coordinator system that they log all of their data into. They have a lot of the business rules programmed in for all the waiver services. All of our waiver services, OAS, OCDD, they're very highly tailored to Louisiana. So we're going to be working really closely with Gary and Bernard's team when we do stand up that new contract to make sure that we're able to properly capture all of the business rules and transfer those over to our next contract if we do have to switch vendors. The other system or contract that we'll be working to stand up is our electronic visit verification or EVV vendor. So it's almost everybody that receives in-home services, it's a federal requirement now that the worker that goes into the home, they have to report the service using their electronic visit verification. So when they go into the home, they will most of the time use a phone to clock in, electronically clock in when they start the shift. And then when they leave, they'll clock out. We have a contractor or vendor that host our EVV system. So we'll be putting that out for bid, or re-procuring that contract also to see, if we'll get a new EVV system. I do want to mention that we're not doing this because we're unhappy with our current contractor or vendor. It's just that state and federal laws require us to rebid every few years just to see what's out there. Is there somebody that can do it better? Is there somebody that can do it more cost effective to the state? So that's why we're doing this, because we haven't rebid this work in a little while. So we'll be putting out those requests for procurements fairly soon. One other thing I wanted to correct in my report. On the first page, the Beneficiary Advisory Council, we did have our quarterly meeting scheduled for this week, but we decided to reschedule it. We had a few technical difficulties. It was right after the ice storm, and we have a few members that are in North Louisiana, so they weren't able to call in and participate. So we were having trouble getting a quorum lesson. So that meeting is going to be rescheduled. I believe in February. One other thing I want to highlight is, and I'll have more to share on this in the April meeting, regarding the new community engagement or work requirements. Those will be put into effect starting January of 2027 next year. So we're still kind of developing how we'll work through those. And the main thing that I want to stress to this group, though, is I don't imagine that any of the individuals that are served and supported by home and community-based services will be affected by those. The federal legislation that mandated the work requirements exempts anyone with a disability from those. So they would not have to report on those when they were eligibility. One of the things that we're working on is how we can easily identify all those individuals so that they will indeed be exempted, so they won't get anything in the mail asking them to send it. I'll have a little bit more detail to share at our next council meeting. We plan to start doing initial outreach in May. Just to kind of introduce it to everybody and, for awareness and education purposes. But yeah, that's another big thing that we'll be working on for the remainder of calendar year 2026, so that can make sure that that's ready and in place by next January. All that I have to share.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions from council members on the report? Chair recognizes Mr. Mike.
I just have a just general question. It's probably for you, man. We're here. So I have two kids on children's choice waiver and self-direction. So our worker uses EVV. Is there ever going to be a way they can put the progress notes in the EVV system?
So that
talk to this system.
That might be possible with our new system. We're bidding that out right now. So we look at the different vendors who can do this. If that's something that we want to have as a feature, we might not necessarily mandate it. We could mandate it. That would be a decision if we want to put on that road. But we can definitely look to see what vendors might have that as a feature to allow the worker to directly enter those notes into the system. So
they would have their clock in, clock out, me sign off all in one. That's what it's looking for. And on the parent end, or the employer end, it's a lot easier. But it also goes to where, like, I have a foster child who's Medicaid provides nursing for in my house. So the nurse comes in, clocks in on her EVV, does all of her notes on her EVV, and then clocks out at the end of the day and we sign off.
So I will say that in Louisiana, we do have what's called a hybrid system. So we have both a state sponsored system. That's what I was talking about. That's what the state pays for. We offer providers to use it at no cost to them. But we do also allow providers to contract for their own home health system, and then they submit their data to us. So for home health, I know that a larger proportion of home health companies do have their own system. So that's probably what that is. And that's one of the main reasons, or one of the reasons that providers elect to pay for their own systems, because they have additional features that their agency can use to progress notes or to track mileage that their workers or staff are driving. So yeah, our state sponsor system, we don't have those that additional functionality at this point, but it's possible that we may adopt that with the next contract.
That's one of those, they'll need to reach out to the Office of Government Efficiency.
Any other comments from council members?
I have a hand raised from Frank Macaluso online.
Okay, Chair recognizes Frank.
The state system, would that be the Acumen system, or am I thinking of something else?
Right. So the state system right now is lasers. For those enrolled in self-direction, because Acumen's one of our self-direction providers, they each have their own EVV system just because of how in self-direction you have to, the workers have to report their time to the self-direction providers who are Acumen and Morning Sun in order for payroll to be processed. They have their own EVV systems that they use that are integrated within their system. So simply to answer your question, though, no, the Acumen EVV system, that's one of our third-party EVV systems that we use, and they send their data.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Constance, you didn't recognize first. The chair recognizes you now.
So I have a question, not really related to the report, but related to Medicaid in general. In the last 2 weeks, in a couple of different meetings that I've been in, I have been receiving information that families have been, like, just received a notice when they went to the doctor that they no longer had Medicaid. And this came up with also Family Helping Families. They said they have been meeting some calls in particular regions where these are not kind of like one-offs, where there seems to be something going on where people are losing their Medicaid coverage for their children.
I've not heard of it. What regions were they in?
I don't, of course, my sticky note, that's why I write things on sticky notes. But of course, my sticky note, I left it in my office on the two, but there were two, because I asked in the last meeting, I asked them, I said, well, is this going on across the state? And they said these two regions definitely got one.
Do you know if they were on waivers or just, okay.
No, I don't have any.
Probably with renewals.
But I wouldn't expect those to be targeted to the region though.
Could be instances like we talked about, the information updated, they may have moved and all of the documentation went to their old address and they never got the renewal request, so. Just
yeah,
like every complaint we've gotten in OCDD about people getting disenrolled was all tied to renewal stuff. You know, so.
Yeah, it just
I'm
seemed
assuming that's what it is.
it was an uptick more than what they normally got. It seemed like it was more than just a normal, like I didn't check my mail or I missed the mail.
I haven't heard of anything. If y'all have any additional details you can send to me, we can look into it, but I haven't heard of anything that's coming to mind.
Any further public comments?
There are no public comments.
And I'm sorry, I just want to piggyback onto that. And I do also, I've said it before, keep your information updated. But if you do find that your coverage has ended, please call immediately, because sometimes they can, what we call revert to open. They can open the case back up. So I just want to say that if somebody, lost coverage, and if they're still eligible, they can sometimes revert those cases back to open so that and maybe there won't even be a lapse in coverage.
Thank you, Brian. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none, the report requires no action and will be placed on file. Final item of business is the report from the Department of Education. The chair recognizes Dr. Lauren Wells. Welcome to your first meeting.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'll just simply start by saying hello. I don't think I've had the opportunity to talk with everyone and introduce myself. So Lauren Wells, I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director for the Division of Diverse Learners at LDOE. So first official meeting, and I'm excited to share the report with you all. My colleague Carolyn was here in October and shared just an update from our division with you. So I think I'm the last report of the day. I have a brief update for you. I think, Eric, you mentioned you're getting sleepy, so I promise to be brief. Similar, I think, Brian, it was you that mentioned the quorum difficulties this week, and we had the same thing. So that first update that you see on our report, which is on this light pink paper, SEEP did not take place, our Special Education Advisory Panel. We have several members that were impacted by the wintry weather in the northern part of our state. A lot of those districts are actually still closed this week. So because of that, we did cancel our January 28th meeting. And the agenda items that you can see that were scheduled for that meeting, those will all be carried over to that March meeting. So March 18th, we'll have those same agenda items, just updates about dyslexia core assessment, dyslexia resources, so a supplemental list that our literacy team is creating. Those updates will all be carried over to that March meeting. So just a slight change from what you see here on this report. Some other key items just to point out since our last update with you all. Act 517. So this is a really exciting act for us. If you follow us with our office hours, this is probably redundant, some information that you've already heard. But I just wanted to bring it to you today because it is impacting our parents. This act now establishes a statewide pathway for a dyslexia core assessment. So we're really excited about the launch of this. The parent portal is now open. So the links that you see here, and this is all available on LDOE's website, it links to this dyslexia core assessment. So basically, if a student has been identified as at risk through a dyslexia screener in the school system, that parent now has the choice to go kind of a step further and request a formal diagnosis of dyslexia. With this Act 517 came some funding, so that was exciting for our parents that are choosing this process. And so up to a $500 reimbursement is now available through this. So again, the reimbursement process and the portal are now open for our parents who are interested in that formal diagnosis of dyslexia. So that's just a quick 517 update. The next item you see here, this is Bulletin 1508. This was updated and became final rule in December. So last month, it finally went through that final rule process. We had some public comments. It's now available on our website as well. There weren't a lot of changes around evaluation, some similar procedures. We've updated some terminology, updated some individuals who can be involved in that evaluation process. I know y'all likely hear special education sometimes has a revolving door of folks, right? And sometimes capacity can be limited. So this update really helps with that evaluation process. And again, it's linked online for those that are interested. The other update I have for you is around 479. I have a lot of legislative updates, obviously, but Act 479. So this was for crisis prevention, talking about behavior in our school systems, talking about seclusion and restraint. And so Act 479 really updated what seclusion and restraint means in our schools. making very clear the definitions for seclusion, really clarifying the definition around a restraint. And so LDOE, because of that update, has partnered with a vendor to just provide additional guidance to our districts, additional support around crisis prevention, right? So CPI, Crisis Prevention Institute, is one of the vendors that we've partnered with. And they simply have resources for our districts with implementing those safe restraints. So training folks on what that truly means. And then eventually a learning management system for asynchronous learning opportunities. So really just to kind of go a step further, training our educators on de-escalation techniques, what it means to be in a crisis for a student with a disability, and how to truly support that student. I heard mentioned earlier to that FBA or in that BIP. So really thinking about behavior. And so some of these asynchronous learning models will really just make sure that behaviors continue to be supported in our classrooms. All right, Eric, I promised to be brief. So this is my last update on my report. It's simply to further support our educators in the district. So this is IEP writing workshop series. This is intended for anybody on that IEP team that supports a diverse learner. So thinking even about general education teachers, special education teachers, how they're working in collaboration to supports. And so this is an IEP writing series, both for elementary as well as secondary educators. Really just to go a step further of what supports can be added to that student's IEP to ensure some best practices overall. All right, that was my brief update. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Wells.
The IEP writing workshop, is it mandatory or?
It is not. It is not mandatory. Just an additional resource for those interested educators. But we would encourage members of that IEP team to attend. Even that ODR, we often see that sometimes our principals, might not have as much special education experience. And so this is just a good opportunity for them to increase learning.
Okay.
But no, not a requirement, just a resource.
Okay, so if I bring this to the principal at my son's school, they know where to access it?
Yes, all of this information too, like if your child's principal or whomever isn't subscribed, our newsletter contains just updates like this. And then we also have second Tuesday of every month. It's our office hours. So we also share just additional learning opportunities and resources like this one. But yes, they should be able to have access, and if not, they can email me.
Yeah, I think this would be beneficial for a lot of them, but I know finding with my child IEP, I have to come there with almost goals and
kind of mapped out of what you're,
help them write the goal.
Sure.
Not my job.
Right, and we'll have some teacher leader workshops as well. Last year, it was one of our very highly attended workshops. It was simply like an IEP 101.
Okay.
What it means to write a measurable goal, what it truly means to collaborate with all individuals on that team. So we'll offer that again this year. I'm not sure if they're participating in teacher leader, but it would be a good opportunity if so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that also a way for you all to get districts in alignment? One thing I know is that from district to district, everyone seems to do things differently. And I don't think that's a great, support
practice, right?
Students, teachers, anyone, if everyone is doing something different. While we're at it, could you explain April Dunn?
Just as a whole, or
what does that look like? I'm asking that question because from district to district, everyone has their own idea of April Dunn. I'm aware of what it is, but I just want you to explain.
We're actually in the process of updating our April Dunn guidance, and I can send you that updated link for it. And then we have April Dunn specific support. So we can kind of talk about what that looks like for that specific district. Oh, I'm gonna link that actual guidance. But no, April Dunn is usually the topic of conversation. And so I'm glad you kind of brought that up, but we have like a self-assessment guide. I'm pulling it up now. We've been advertising recently to our school districts, just of what that looks like for that self-assessment, making sure that they're aware of kind of the process, the components. So that's all on our website as well, just an April Dunn overview.
Like for clarity, would it look different amongst different
It really shouldn't. There should be some alignment. You're not alone in what you're seeing though. And so we're kind of hearing that from statewide of district to district does change with what some of their goal writing even looks like, some expectations. So it's certainly something that our team is aware of and trying to internally just create guidance and some learning opportunities to make sure that everybody is very much in alignment.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I was going to say that, completely agree with Angela about, having, those IEPs and our administrators be aware. I mean, I'm from Jefferson Parish, and I don't know what had happened in the past 7 to 8 years. But I can tell you prior to that, a lot of them, will claim ignorance, not knowing.
Right.
And then also it's up, like up to us to come and my wife will bring, she will bring it,
She's got her binder.
Oh, yeah, she got it. Oh,
I gotta find it.
she got, so they should be the one educating us or putting flyers in our children's binders, sending them home versus us trying to
And you're,
convince them, so.
yeah, you're absolutely right on that. I mean, we want to make sure that everybody at that IEP table is aware of what that process looks like. Even just best practices,
Yes.
focusing on that child's strengths versus weaknesses. And as a parent, it can be hard to digest and hear. So, yeah, you're not alone, and appreciate what you're doing with advocating and bringing those binders. But we hope to get to the point that that's not necessary and that those teams can really work collaboratively with our families. So, yeah, good flags.
Thank you again, Dr. Wells. Are there any questions from council members on the report? Any public comment?
Adrian Burns.
The chair recognizes Adrian Byrne.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hi, sorry. I was just wondering, would the IEP classes, like the workshop be available for parents to take? Since they're supposed to be like an active part of the construction of the IEP? Or would it just be for educators? I'm a substitute teacher, so I was wondering, but I have two autistic children. So I was just wondering if that would be open and available for parents to possibly supplement their knowledge.
Yeah. So you're absolutely welcome to attend those. They will be available for all that are interested in participating. I will be transparent in saying the information is geared towards educators simply as they are constructing those IEPs, thinking about our special education playbook and those 3 best practices for implementing those procedures. However, as a parent, and especially as you continue to advocate for your child, you're certainly welcome to attend those. We also will have additional learning opportunities in this summer geared specifically to our parents. So that might just be an additional opportunity for your engagement. But yes, to answer your question, those that are coming up next month and then in the month of March around IEP writing, you're absolutely welcome to engage in them. But they are again geared towards our educators. So some of the language used or some of the examples referenced might not be as parent specific, but would just be a good learning opportunity as a whole.
Awesome, thank you so much. Where would those be available to sign up for?
So we will likely have them in our newsletter entry, but just for that information, you're welcome to reach out to our division, which is Diverse Learner Support at la.gov. Again, Diverse Learner Support at la.gov. And we can certainly email those directly to you.
Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Taylor.
So that address that you just put out is on the paperwork.
Is it on the paperwork? I don't think so. No, but that's just our email for our division. So anytime anyone needs support or has questions, emailing that is the easiest opportunity. Okay, good. Diverselearnersupport@la.gov. Yeah. And I always jokingly say, if you don't get a response, please, ping us again. Sometimes the email gets to be overwhelming, but we're certainly there and want to support our community. So don't hesitate to email again.
Dr. Wells, I have one thing for you. What are some, more supports that you guys may have in place or thinking of getting in place for those self-contained students that are now in the general ed, setting?
Oh, and I see she had to leave for the day.
They may lack.
Constance referenced earlier, just briefly, so we're starting a partnership. The intention is to start the partnership soon with LaSard, because some of those self-contained students are now on a different pathway, as she mentioned, with alternate assessment standards. So those supports are currently being developed and underway. But right now, before those supports are released, our team is happy to go and just work one-on-one with those teachers. If behavior becomes a struggle, we can think of some creative approaches for using technology to make sure those students are still in that core instruction class, but behavior is being supported. Maybe the sensory environment, maybe through a one-on-one para, whatever that student's unique needs to look like based on the IEP team decision. But we would suggest our team coming and working just collaboratively with those teachers for those students to really determine student by student what that solution might look like.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other, comments, public comments? Hearing none, the report requires no action and will be placed on file. At this time, we will have public comments. The public comments can be on any area of concern or question. Each person will be recognized by the chair and we'll have 3 minutes to speak. Are there any comments? Okay, there's none. The chair recognizes your opinion.
I just would like to thank the members of this that set this up for us and appreciate how it was set up.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Any other comments? Okay. At this time, we will have announcements. We will need volunteers for fiscal year 27 planning committee. If you are interested in serving on the committee, please contact Ebony after the meeting. The chair recognizes Ebony for any other announcement.
You guys will notice in your folders, we have updated our survey. It's more accessible in plain language, but we also added a QR code. For those of you who don't want to do it on paper, you can scan the code and fill out the survey and it'll be sent straight to us. And we love getting feedback, so please provide. I know we're in a new office. I hope you guys like the new office, the new space. I hope everything was accommodating, but please let us know if something wasn't, so we can make those adjustments for next time. Also, I know on the agenda, it says that the next quarterly meeting is April 29th and 30th. That is a typo. It is, the next full council meeting is April 30th, and we'll be getting with the chairs to determine times for the standing committee that are on the new schedule. So we'll be sending out information about that. I do want to mention financial disclosures because our April meeting is so far into April. Financial disclosures are due May 15th, and I'll send out information about financial disclosures. Every appointed member on the council, if you were on the council for 2025 and you were appointed member, you have to fill out a financial disclosure. And I'll make sure that I send the link where you can go and fill it out for this type of board and commission. Don't forget about that because you will be fined if you don't complete your financial disclosure. And for anyone that didn't complete the ethics training, try to get that done if you haven't already, because they will find it. And it is not cheap. So that's all I have. Oh, and for the code of conduct, I'm gonna make the change that was suggested in the executive committee. I have to make a change to the serious behavior section. So we'll email it out to you guys. If you feel comfortable signing it and sending it back electronically, we'll accept it that way. Or Bridget and I can mail it to you and put in a return envelope stamped, and then you guys can mail it back. If that works better.
Thank you, Ebony. Is there any further business? Thank you. Well, thank you everyone for attending our council meeting. Your dedication and commitment and your work is never unnoticed. I do want to thank the staff. Thank you so much. Let's give our staff a hand clap. Love you guys, every last one of you, those ones that are not visible right now. But just thank you guys. Just remember, even though we are, volunteering our services, we still have a responsibility. So just keep in mind of just timely emails. Let's support the staff because they support us. So keep that in mind. If you need anything, the staff is always available. Me and the vice chair, Ms. Angela, we're always available. I think we just need to be there for one another. So safe travels to everyone. Here, since there's no further business, no objections, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, guys. Time is 3:19.